Okay, cool. It doesn't seem us-centered this time. So yeah, last time we left off, I think the only character we have left to meet is Rin. We're still in Act 1. We still haven't, gotten which girl we're gonna be going after yet. There's still, like, a couple of decisions to make. But yeah, we're about to meet Rin. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows creeping all over the desk. Specks of dusk are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anyone home? Something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end of it. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as part of the furnishing, or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with those huge eyes like a rabbit in the headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned in the silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello. The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth, and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here. For some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone in here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she was suspecting my observation was false. You're pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Naki. Hisao Naki. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tazuka Rin. Rin Tazuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate or whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are in the back. Go right ahead. But lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There is no word for a meal you eat between lunch and before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too. But I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you are supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious boxed lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So, Naki, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out. I can guess. I am good at guessing, better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question, or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of her, of the issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition. Or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly complicated, or contemplative look on her face. She puts the fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer is written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other. I don't think it's anything in your head, or something in your guts, would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. This messed up Sherlock's home kind of statement, and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with, catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment. So I was right, there is something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I could think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, that kind of problem would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh, so you just, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I kept thinking about what she said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already, or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tazuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens up to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is in burnt auburn, almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms makes her look very thin, almost scrawny. She is not particularly pretty except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. Alright, well you say that now, but when we went down the Rin route, you fucking simped for her pretty hard, my guy. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as daftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of the strange girl. So, do you always eat alone, or this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you're my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin's fork and the last bits of her meal to her mouth. I look down at my haul and double check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you are going to do with that stuff anyways, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleep. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is, at this point, good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine. Then I'm Hisao. Then you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There's something like a tiny smile there in her face. Maybe. I quietly back out of the room. I just shut the door in front of my face. I whisper to myself. What an intriguing person. Man, I miss Rin already. I'm so sad we did the Rin run first. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that. What is she here? I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow, she had gotten the jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theories about the global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait. More importantly, who is in there? There's no club meetings today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. Aw, cheap viewers, thanks, man. Go fuck yourself. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what was wrong. That's no good, Hit-chan. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. Oh, sorry. I got the things here. Was just going to bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hik-chan. Who was in there with you? I wonder. Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders, from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning the sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello. Ms. Tazuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such disgraceful activities. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune/Misa's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself, too. And? We'll think harder about it. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Ms. Tazuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't. Not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what the project she has and what these apocalyptic consequences are, but she walks back into the art room. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor, next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. What do you need me to take these? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now with Shizune and Misha gone, so we two leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps or so, I have to change the can from one hand to the other, because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, Trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Naki, what a happy coincidence. Tazuka, too, of course. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about the interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will run a few tests regularly, but what I want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headaches, anything, and come see me if something happens. Alright. So how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling that I get. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends a shiver up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyways. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Tazuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you are still in your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Yes. Yeah, I promise. Definitely. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consolation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consolation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures on the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off of them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like it's a bird's. Sigh. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further, nor any kind of emotion I could discern. I really don't like how Hisao talks like he's fucking dying. Like, the doctor even said that Hisao could live a long and healthy life, even with his heart condition. But, like, Hisao always makes it sound like I could just die any day now, and just, you would never know. I could just be jerking off in the fucking bathroom one day, and then I fall to the floor with a heart attack and just die. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onward towards the dorms. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design of the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered in some sort of painting. Most of it is just mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plasterings that cover almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground besides the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get into the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then, it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from the art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever is actually supposed to be there, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of a student with bases. Special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary face, of course, or the fact that she has lost me a while ago, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes. All of it. Yes. Nice, but... I stumbled with my words, suddenly feeling like I walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blushed really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she is at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Man, look how happy Rin was, like, when we first started talking to her, and how, like, tragically sad she was when we fucking forced her to make art she didn't want to make. Like, looking back on it now, I know I've made, like, a whole video on it that I might redo, just because it's been a while. And I feel like the original video that I made was kind of incohesive. But, like, Rin was so happy when we first met her. And then, of course, like, a lot of the issues in their relationship kind of started with Hisao. Like, I was, like, mentally screaming at Hisao for, like, the stupid fucking decisions that, like, he made. And, like, trying to coerce her into doing the art project. Which is, like, if she didn't want to do the art project, then don't force her to do it. Like, there was definitely a couple things in that chapter that pissed me off about Rin. Like, the lack of communication. Because, like, I can definitely get where Hisao's coming from. I'm more of, like, a verbal person as well. Where, like, I like being told specific things. Like, obviously, if someone loves me, I like being told and shown that. Where Rin was kind of, like, terrible at doing that. But a lot of the problems did start from Hisao and from Nomaya, basically, like, trying to change her into something that she didn't want to be. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat. You know, flat. Like some people are, no substance, no meat, where there should be some. I know a few girls who... Okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name any artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Shoot yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you gave me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones that they have at the sports tracks, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project and every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that. Probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. Aw, she's even blushing. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between her toes of her bare right foot. I open a few cans of paint and pour some of the contents into a shallow bowl for her mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last millimeter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green into a mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea. You're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corner of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With its exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream, but can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like that, or like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints, crouching down on the pavement, and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind at the very least. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of the other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into shorthand, both of us developing and using weirdly impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to converse words in breath and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of my fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of awakeness. I linger under the blankets for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making any excuses as to why I haven't already. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long period, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they're going to let me get away with it that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually, I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym uniform. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way. A bit like me. After all, if I'm gonna start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape, along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled over me in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lively, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he is oppressing me. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and his prompting me to do so. And even with things like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. "Good morning. Your name is Asao, right?" She grins, seemingly pleased that she remembered my name. "You may not remember me. Emmy, I knocked you over in the hall yesterday." That was a bug on me. Get out of here, you bastard. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. "Yeah, sorry about that again." Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine." "Great." She's not sure she realized I was joking. Or I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about? Is that actually you?" "That's right." "Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest." "What, are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy?" "No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move." "Unless you were here to do exactly that." "No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kinda lost around the track." "So, why are you down here?" Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. "Training? For what?" "Track." "Ah, I see. You're on the track team then." Emmy nods enthusiastically. "Yep, I'm one of the better runners, too. And modest about it, too. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure that I really like running that much. Plus, I'm not just into organized sports, you know. It's true. I never even really got that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but that was really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're gonna run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you gonna warm up? Real men don't warm up. Oh no. You always should warm up. Bad Hisao. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, I don't even have to stretch my legs. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Hands spread, right? And something about hitting on the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently I'm not very good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm not really feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah. I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time, you just have to try to hold out longer, and then longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now, I'm gonna get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs uncertainly. Nah, I got plenty of time. Or unconcernedly, not uncertainly. I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I gotta finish my routine. See you later, Hisao. Yeah, see ya. I'm not sure whether this morning experiment was a success or a failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect, or something like that. It's nice at least to feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow of figure appears within the mist, looming and radiating malice intent. It bursts through the fog. Or malicious intent. My bad. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean all over the place? I wanted to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but I hold my tongue back. I finally realized I'm still naked too, and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then wasn't he just wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? I know you, your room, and yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still had to get up though. Whatever, it's unimportant. Can I borrow some money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work, as he's as transparent as his window pane-sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked, to say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can you just give it to me because I have the goodwill to not run through your pockets, while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. I need to blow my nose. My nose is feeling fucking stuffy. Ugh. Alright, so I don't really have anything in my nose. It just feels congested. Which is even worse, in my opinion. This makes no sense. If it's a thought that counts, I should withhold payment, since his thoughts were clearly so impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister, since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. I guess some of that pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class. You don't have time to eat a pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to attain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask you for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It happens before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance, so that when the people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen. Please, you're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza, it's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky. Like how you split a sandwich into two equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was like the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like in the opening of some kind of anime show. You know how there is always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival, and they fly at each other and clash swords, and there's like a big dramatic colored auras and zoom? It was like that, but with poo. Okay. So yeah, I need some money. Please don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Ah! Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow. A particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Do you know that male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda, and you can't even spot me your crumbs? You bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? Yeah, you would think so. But they really aren't. This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy, make no mistake. You take them lightly, and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Well, I mean don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat, but if there was some kind of war, like a big war, with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other, it could get pretty ugly. Oh, press the wrong button. My bad. And that day will come, when the feminists come out of their central top-secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarter building. Where would they even hide that at? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with only women in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in a mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown would best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyways. Which unfortunately means that he just keeps on ranting about without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on. A war not many know about, but it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then we will have to pick up sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, when I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight, when I mistook the time and power, went out for a feminist raid, and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over, and I was like, whoa, and knew that I had to get serious. Because I am the last sane man in an insane world, it's about my duty. Must be a really crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked, and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes, or the pastel green with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you had better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know, I have to get to class and you're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. And what does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So? I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practice frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see. Anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. But right now, I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting here alone for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts to make me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is a good reason as I need to stay up, and for now, stop coming to class so early in the morning. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako. Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant, as if she was a vampire who couldn't come in unless invited. I consider doing so because she looks rather lonesome staring there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar, as if it was of importance to look prim and proper when entering our classroom. Excuse me, she calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. Good morning, Lily. Hisao, good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely if I were to tell too big a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bell rings, or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here either. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so, anyways. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for the event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the very last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hikchan. Hi. Look, it's the class representative. Hello. Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizune's use of the word look. Good morning. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded than in her answers to Shizune than Wow. Alright. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me just the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realized that Lily might actually not know Shizune as present, and she's just trying to dictate whether or not she is. To know who she is talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha. But knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decided to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. You were here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird though that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true, I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their projected budget reports for their events. Even the first years, except you. Wahaha. There is still time to hand it in, isn't there? Today. The deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have all the necessary paperwork done ages ago. But someone had to say the deadline, please extend. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small of a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school and then some. The one who does that is me. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she really is getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused though. Hey Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Sasao, it's alright. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take it herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I have forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then, can I have it, please? Shizune, she might not have it on her at the exact moment. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me. Students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This is just getting better and better. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's just a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of the entire class? Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said that it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative, or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job if they can't even handle something this simple as yourself. One form isn't the full extent of what I am supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing more impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she's becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully around the edge of the glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course, you do so much, class rep. It must be difficult being you. Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without a hint of sarcasm, which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other, that much is clear, but this seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. I was actually just discussing the budget reports before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down and make sure I don't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right, the difference between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore, though. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Hick-chan, don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival too, Hick-chan? You are, aren't you? Then I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Don't drag me into this, I've done my part. Hey, come on, cut me and Lily some slack. Yeah, cut us some slack, man. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much even if I wanted to. That's right, you shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into it on his own first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. Excuses, excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her reports. And we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if... I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it means being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune, and that is what she wants. Whatever, forget it. I turn my back at them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanako you were looking for her. I can feel Shizune freezing. Maybe this is the first time she has ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Hisao. I'll leave now, then. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week, and turns on her heels to make her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Shizune. I can feel her eyes burning into my back, and can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes later. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. Holy shit, I haven't gotten any TikTok notifications for a while. Maybe it's actually, like, died down a bit. But as I was mentioning earlier, the TikTok page has been, like, really blowing up. I started doing, like, a little, like, mini thing, just, like, impromptuvely on the channel, where I just kind of, like, give my ZZZ, like, hot takes and just, like, opinions and stuff. And, like, one of the first videos that I did was for, not videos, but one of the first posts that I did was about Caesar King, about, like, how she's, like, one of the best tanks and stuff like that. Not really much of a hot take, but just more of just, like, me just talking about the character in general. And the last time that I checked, it was at, like, 100k views and had, like, almost 10,000 or, like, 15,000 something likes. Might actually be easier building a community on there than I thought. At least that's the goal anyways, is to build up a TikTok community that I can try to, like, weasel over onto the Twitch channel. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her, if I can see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on the board seems to synchronize perfectly well with the ticking clock. I start to copy down the equation just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyways, so I don't have to deal with crowding the hallways. I notice Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune's signing so fast that her hands make noise like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there is pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear that she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune sighs to the point where her wrists crack, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, the business is soon finished and the girls sit down to their seats again. Wow, I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again, though I suspect that door is now closed for me. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whether I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me at first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She sighs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all of our strength. We would shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festivals were to fail. That's why there must be no flaws, I think that was encumbrances? No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really odd-fitting for both of them. Oh, hello. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again? Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even though it was only in jest. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edges of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Satao. She, came by in the morning, though. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people from different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom working on their festival project. But who knows where that woman is loitering at. You need to find her? She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you had missed each other. She waits a little without answering the simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question. Yeah. I can come with you. If it's okay. Hanako nods frantically, still on guard, her shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling that she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. She has this really troubled expression that seems to wear her almost constantly. One that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. I kind of understand why she always seems to be so wary. Or maybe more like, why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's dinner time soon. Were you planning to eat with Lily? She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get into the cafeteria. Well, there's something for a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanako could be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag and we take our leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. It almost feels like we're going for a stroll together. Something that I can't say I've really done with a girl before. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within arm's reach of me. I guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me, given how shy she is. There doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there is not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's head shrinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already? Just the library. I was reading. So she just spent the classes she skips at the library. So not exactly a thorough search then. Well, I guess if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class like Shizune said, right? Right. With the slightest of a nod, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. It's like I need double-layered silk gloves with padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yes. I'm not quite sure what to expect from her answer, nor why I even asked the question. That much was rather obvious after all. She doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily may well be her only friend. Must be a pain being in different classes, I'm guessing. She gives me a sharp, almost reflective nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and as short as possible. Lily comes by my classroom, though, even when she's busy. She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There isn't any need to say more. Both of us feel content with the discussions reached in end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby, we are met by a group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves, but before I can notice her doing so, Hanako has moved around behind me. Hey, are you alright? Just keep going. The students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanako takes up the position to my side again as we enter the building. Her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. Even as we climb towards the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It isn't as if I've never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond what I'd call normal in her fears of other people. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would have ever been able to walk beside me like this. She seems to completely shut down in the presence of others. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strained silence, while I rue in her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way upstairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a din at the end. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first, then come to me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. Eventually, the two of us reached the door to Class 3-2, with Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me. I opened the door. Inside is a hive of activity. Seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate task. Going by the paint cans, decorations, and banners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her amongst the din is surprisingly easy, not the least because of her looks. Ugh. Man, I had like a huge gas bubble there for a while. It was actually hard getting that bad boy out. With a couple of students gathered around her as she stands in front of the class, she seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students hunched over the floor for lack of desk space, I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally enter. Hi, Lily. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl, who must be her classmate, trying to listen as best she can. Sorry, who? Oh, sorry, Hisao. I have Hanako, too. Hi. She's pretty skittish, considering the number of people around. It isn't too hard to work out why. Lily takes a moment's pause to assess the situation before turning to the other students once again. For the moment, just ask Mariah for his advice. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? I quickly turn about, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Sure enough, in the corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he had to be to make out my face when we first met. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with very partial eyesight, so they're in high demand. I think this is actually completely new. I don't remember any of this. That's right. Class 3-2 was specifically for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanako could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her some good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods in affirmation afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. This might actually get finished before everyone goes off to dinner now. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Kenji? Sure. She seems surprised that I know him. I can't really blame her. I take it you've met? Our rooms are in the dorm right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really. Well, it's good to see you're getting friends so fast. Friend. I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings remind me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him. He knows what needs doing, right? That's right. Just ask if he has any problems. Coercing and coercing an assent. Hanako and I begin another task across the classroom. Or another trek. God, I can't fucking read today. I did fine, like, early on in the stream, but now it's starting to, like, kick in. I just need to get more relaxed so I can speak again. Also, I just noticed, why does that world map not have America on there? Kenji sits crossed on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico in front of him. Hey, Kenji. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large, half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet in pencil. Kenji? Huh? What? Who is it? If this is the way he treats class members, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hisao, from the... Right, I know that man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type to really get focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. While we talk, the sound of Hanako's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with the banner. Hanako and I, that is. Hello? Oh, hey, I guess that's okay. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanor takes a complete about-face. His sudden fox hospitality is slightly unsettling. It's focusing on Hanako. I definitely didn't... I don't remember this at all from last time. So I have a feeling we might be actually down the Hanako route, which is the route that I originally wanted to get. I would be so happy if that's the case. It's kind of weird because I feel like I favored Shizune a lot in the beginning too. And it's giving me the Hanako route. It really makes me wonder what kind of decisions I need to make in order to get Shizune's route. Oh, right, women. On second thought, this might not have been a great idea after all. Hanako and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting the several small paint tins on the ground around him. Class 3-2, noodle stand? You guys selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. Or something. His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. So, how do you want to split this? We do borders like you do in the text, or do you want to switch and do the borders? Text is mine. You do borders. He has surprisingly strong feelings on this topic. As I reach over to grab a brush, I notice Hanako's already debating between colors to use. By the time I put the brush to the cloth, she's already started on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her worked. With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working and leans towards me. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's workings to lean towards me and whisper, conspiratorially though. Okay, man, why are you here? Hanako just wanted some help to find Lily, that's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. I get it. It looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover? I should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously. It sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. We gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school. A harsh world. Yes, very harsh. He misses the true meaning as he leans back. Satisfied I'm sympathetic to his cause. I'd better get back to work. Yeah, let's side with Kenji. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. The two of us connect up the lines of our patterns, mine being as close a copy as I could manage to hers. With a grunt, I lever myself up from the floor and look around. Aside from Hanako and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off the sign, as well as Lily and a couple of other students talking amongst themselves in the classroom. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise. It's getting pretty late. Need a hand? I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend even to there, just how much of her body was burnt? I feel a pang of guilt about it, however, as she quickly covers her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? She looks surprised for a moment before noticing that I meant the banner. It does, I guess. Her smile shows that she feels a slight sense of pride in the result, just as I do. With the floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves, it's much easier to get Lily as we cross the room. We finished the banner. I guess that's all that needs to be done. Lily gives an appropriate nod. Thank you, Hisao. Hanako, if there's any way I could thank you? It's fine. I'm beach sitting in my room studying at any rate. I don't mind either. She nods before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yep, just finished. He carefully slides his sign onto an empty section of shelf to dry, before quickly walking past us and out the door. See ya, man. Bye. The remaining two students say their goodbyes to Lily before turning their cue to leave as well, leaving only the three of us. Well, I guess that's everyone. I hope we don't have to do anything like that again. Working past school time? Indeed, the class plans this year were ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. The stalls look nice, though. She's right. It shows a lot of work's gone into them. My, I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now there's not much work to do until the festival itself. It's getting pretty late. Should we go? That's probably a good idea. Are you going back to the dorms as well, Hisao? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. The nighttime lighting really makes the gardens look quite different. Compared to the usual look of lush greenery, things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd one or two can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms trying to eke the most out of their approaching curfew, but no more. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly gently tapping the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn. Tired? Yeah, still getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The, thing with Shizune took me kind of off guard, though. I grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of their rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it. Ah, about that. I'm sorry about it being so public. Shizune and I go way back, some ways. Her voice seemed slightly irritated as she mentioned Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glanced at Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is, unsurprisingly, evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered. I'll be glad once the festival is over in any case. The change of topic's welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine, my old school festivals were a lot more low-key than this. Yamaku stresses the idea of a school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such special occasions. And yet the students are the ones who do the work. What an unfair world. Hanako and Lily both chuckle in agreement, savoring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear our grumbling. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helped me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. That'd go away towards explaining her well-bred speech and behavior in any case. As we come to the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See you later, Lily. Hanako. The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorm, just next to the guys. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there is a staff member casually patrolling outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having to work on the floor for so long before walking to my room. It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, the everyday facts of studying, homework, and teachers seemed almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, my time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Adhering to the nurse's nagging and voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show up. But it's not all that bad. He seems much more positive. Maybe that was a part of the original route that I did and I just completely forgot about it. But for some reason, that whole like kanji moment there just seems like a completely new thing. It really does make me wonder like how much of an impact my decision making makes. My morning alarm goes off and I flail about uselessly for a while until I remember that I decided to give morning runs another shot. I don't know if this was my greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. This is about my health after all. Sure, things haven't been great lately for me, but that hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can manage that, well, I can manage anything. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, it would appear I'm not alone in my run. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she's already worked up a good sweat. Just when the hell does she come down here anyways? Oh, it's you. I'm surprised to see you again. Why's that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowns, seemingly annoyed by a passing thought. Like the rest of the track team, for instance. Still, it was only supposed to be on a volunteer basis, so it's not that big of a shock. And I guess it's pretty early in the morning. I shrug, and suddenly it appears that she's forgotten what she was talking about. The frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to her previous train of thought. So, come on then. What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yes. So come on. I think this is completely new too. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm experiencing new things. Maybe it was good that I actually didn't skip Act 1 then. Because someone said don't skip Act 1, it's a good refresher. But it does seem like my choices actually do lead to new decisions and like new scenes. I find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be set on mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling while Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find enviable. It's incredibly bothersome to be so easily worn out. I know I should be patient, work towards things gradually, but it's difficult to stay positive about this. We round the track and start on a second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient keeping pace with me and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to do more? Go for it. What am I doing here? Am I really just going to fold and let Emmy pull ahead? I speed up. The second lap's done quickly, and without even considering it, I keep going. Emmy looks back over her shoulder at me and grins. Still going? Wouldn't, pant, want you to think I'm out of shape. Emmy laughs, without breaking her stride, no less, and speeds up even more. Well, if this is the way we're gonna play things, I increase my own pace as well. I can feel my lungs burning and my legs are starting to question just what the hell I think I'm doing. Lactic acids scream in my muscles, but I close my ears. I can't let myself fall behind, because that would be a loss. The rational voice in my head inquires mildly just when we start playing a game. I'd answered it. But I'm having a lot of fun, or a lot of trouble thinking at present. She's so fast. How the hell does she keep it? It's like a string pulling at my chest, a choking feeling of narrowness and pain. Before I can think of anything else, then, oh shit, the track disappears from under my feet. I stumble, one hand shooting down to clutch my chest and the other hitting the track to keep me from falling on my face. Emmy whirls around and her eyes widen. Hisao! She yells at me, sprinting from the other side of the track. What's wrong? Nothing, just... Keep your breathing steady. Calm down, don't panic. Don't panic. Do you need me to get the nurse? I close my eyes, shutting out the outside world. My heart struggles to regain its rhythm. Slowly, the pain in my chest begins to subside. Soon it's gone, like nothing happened. It was nothing? No, something happened there. I open my eyes again and glance at a very worried Emmy. I think I'm fine. My voice sounds weird even to myself. Oddly even, and matter of fact. It makes Emmy frown. I don't think you are. She seems to come to a decision and nods to herself. Right, you're coming with me. You've got to see the nurse. Emmy grabs my arm and drags me up. I feel a bit wobbly, but I refuse the shoulder Emmy offers for support. Honestly, I'm a little ashamed by my own weakness. I'd rather not have Emmy concerned about me, but it seems to be too late. Heck, I'd really rather not have anyone concerned about my condition, though at this point, it seems to be too late for that as well. I like to be able to deal with the whole thing on my own, without being a bother to anyone else. Yeah, this is definitely new. Okay. Because in the Rin route, like, he only has one thing ever happen with his heart, and that's just in the beginning. I guess unless you count towards the end where, like, him and Rin finally, like, confess their love for each other. But yeah, this is a whole different segment. While I'm wishing for things I'd rather not have in this condition in the first place. Nurse! Emmy crashes into his office without knocking, but it doesn't alarm the nurse in the least. Good morning, Sunshine. What's up? Sunshine. Anyway, he calmly sips from his coffee mug, but lays it down after following Emmy's gaze to me looming in the doorway. Hisao, what brings you here? We were running and he stumbled over and started grabbing at his chest, and I thought I'd come and get you. Hey, I was reading that. What the fuck? We were running and he stumbled over and started grabbing at his chest, and I thought I'd come get you and make him wait, but he said he was okay, but then I thought you should see him anyways. Easy there, Emmy. Calm down. Hisao, what happened? I don't know. We were running, and then my chest started hurting like that time before, but it went away after a few seconds. It was just a flutter or something. The nurse frowns, as if to say that just a flutter is some kind of oxymoron. I didn't mean quite this when I suggested to get some exercise. You've got to be more careful, Hisao. I was being careful, I just... Come to think of it, I just got into the race with a member of the track team. Doesn't seem as well reasoned as I thought it would be. You just what? That is... I was racing Emmy. Emmy, is this true? Emmy fidgets, looking adorably contrite. Well... Finally, she can't seem to bring herself to say it aloud and merely nods. The nurse sighs and rubs his forehead with one hand tiredly. Emmy, you gotta be more sensitive to the limits of others. I don't know if he told you, but Hisao has a bad heart, and getting him to race you was incredibly irresponsible. Actually, I started it. The nurse is stunned by my statement. You what? We were just running and Emmy started to pull away, and so I, sped up to catch up to her. The nurse stares at the ceiling, mutters a prayer of patience to some god or another, and looks back down at the both of us. So you're both stupid. That's a comfort, I guess. Now come on, Hisao. I've got to make sure your heart's not going to explode or something. I dutifully obey and follow him to the adjacent room where we ascertain that I am, in fact, not going to keel over or die. So how does it feel? I don't know, nothing much. Tired, but it might just be from the exercise. You should stay here for a few hours and rest, and we'll see how you feel after that. I'm not going to object, so I lie down on the infirmary bed. A thoroughly miserable Emmy comes in after getting an earful from the nurse in the other room. I couldn't hear what he said through the closed door, but I'm sure it wasn't pleasantries. Look, I'm really, really sorry. I should have been more careful. Hey, you didn't know. It's not your fault. She looks awfully down and sorry, and my reassurance didn't do much to cheer her up. I want to make it up to you. Again with that decisive nod. So you have to come to lunch with me. I'll bring it for you, okay? Something really, really good. I start with you don't have to, but then shut up and just nod at her when I see her face. Good. We meet on the roof. We? Yep, the weather's nice now, so the roof's a great spot for lunch, you know. I see. You'll come, right? You wouldn't deny me the chance to make it up to you. Of course not. Great, see you there. I stay afloat somewhere between asleep and awake, feeling completely drained. Not only my body, but all of me is limp and paralyzed, apart from my senses. I swallow with difficulty and then try to lie as still as I can, which in this state is not a very hard thing to do. The nurse is shuffling around on the other side of the curtains he drew to give me privacy. I can see his shadow shifting about in the sunlight. He has opened the window to his office. It's windy outside. The clean white curtains flutter in the breeze in a heavy, lazy motion, like waves. Light shifts through them slowly, half absorbing into the fabric. I close my eyes. The breeze on my face feels like the soft fabric of the curtains. I listen to the sound of my heartbeat for a moment, trying to shut out the sounds of the nurse tapping away on his computer and my own heavy breathing. It's steady. Damn it. Not even a week and I end up like this again. I really screwed up this time. Should have known better than to play the half-baked sports star in front of a real one. And why did I try to act brave? Like that heart flutter was no big deal, even when it obviously was. It was just a reflex to push it away, to keep it inside. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't want Emmy to see it. Ugh. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I have to be more careful, or I will end up in the hospital again, or worse. That's my final thought before I give in to the tiredness. I fell asleep. For how long? What time is it? I'm feeling a little lightheaded and I keep blinking compulsively. Pushing the curtains aside, I squint my eyes against the unfiltered light pouring in from the window. The texture of the canvas feels nothing like the wind did before. The nurse looks up from his work, sitting exactly where he was before. How are you feeling? I can't really tell, so I don't answer anything. I'm feeling kinda groggy from falling asleep at such a weird time. Hopefully I don't look too tired. What time is it? Me croaking the question to gain some orientation, the nurse looking at his wristwatch before answering. This seems to happen in slow motion. 10:15. I try to think for a moment what that means, but I'm not really sure. You didn't answer my question, Hisao. Oh, fine. Climb down from the bed then, and let's see how you're doing. Don't. I try to do exactly that, only to sway dizzily when I move too fast. The nurse moves to support me by an arm and sighs. Stand up too quickly is what I was going to say. Just sit there. I'll check your pressure to make sure. My good intention sure lasted for a long time. I shut up, embarrassed with myself, while the nurse gets busy with old-fashioned contraptions and my arm. After a couple of minutes, he puts it away, looking neither pleased nor happy. You're alright. Head stopped spinning? Yeah. Good. And how are the contents doing? You didn't show very good judgment out there, Hisao. I swallowed the retort I was going to make. It's what I was thinking myself, but hearing it stated by someone else makes me want to protest. What he's saying is not pleasant to hear. Doesn't make him any less right. No, sir. He nods, still looking as neutral as he was before. It would be easy to be angry at him if he said told you so or something, but he doesn't. I can try and help you to keep your health, but ultimately the last call lies with you. Hopefully this little episode will be something that'll remind you of that. Here, a note for your teacher, to avoid an interrogation. I take the slip of paper he's offering and then make my leave, as I can't think of anything else to say, nor even really want to. Stay out of trouble, you hear me? I don't think this was anything but a scare, but next time could be different. I hear ya. There is some way to get to the school building straight from the auxiliary building, but I'm not keen to find out, and possibly get lost, so I go out from the exit that I know works. I stop at the stairs of the auxiliary building, deliberating for a moment between going to the dorms to get my books and stuff, and going straight away to the class. The sun stings my eyes, so I head towards the dorms. The hallways are quiet as the courtyard was, naturally, so everyone is in class. I knock lightly on the door of 3-3 and push it open when Muto calls from the other side. Sorry I'm late. 15 pairs of eyes turn on me. Good morning, Naki. Muto seems to be somewhat confounded by me coming in late, as if I interrupted his flow or something. Judging from the rambling lectures his class tend to be, that might be the case. I pass him the note the nurse gave me. Muto takes a look and nods, and reads it quickly. He lifts his eyebrows and gives me a kind of stern look, but doesn't say anything, just nods solemnly again. I shrug and he gestures at me to run along, so I naturally do. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of school. I have even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overtly attentive. The first days, I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So, as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday, please keep the meaning of the festival in your minds. Games and fried food. Everyone bursts out in laughter, and so do I. Yes, thank you, Mikado. But what I meant was, the remainder of a sentence is buried beneath the ring of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Alright, so this is back to content that we've seen before. Muto deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallway, or as crowded as hallways in the school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down to the cafeteria. Normally, I join the flow and grab a lunch myself, but today is different. Today I've been invited to the lunch on the roof. An odd location, but that's where I was told to go. Fortunately, I managed to find shelter from the storm in the lee of classroom doors. Eventually, the torrent subsides and I step tentatively out of the hallway, only to be met by Emmy, who comes flouncing down the hallway like a cannonball. Hey, hi Hisao, great timing. I have super extra lunch today. As promised, let's go upstairs. The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with missing padlock. I wonder who the interpreted individual was that removed the lock. I might play this for probably like a couple minutes more. I might switch over to a different game, because I am having a lot of difficulty reading. Emmy shoves the door open and steps, beaming into the sunlight. Suddenly, a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, standing imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling down the stairs. Eek! Hello. Yippies, you scared me, Rin. Wait, isn't she? Hello. Noticing that Rin is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. You two know each other? I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Rin has turned her gaze towards the clouds, drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the confidence off. Coincidence off. I invited Hisao for lunch. If you know him, that just gets better. Oh, does this mean I don't get food? Or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch? Neither. I have food for 3. Nice thinking. They walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. There is no one else but us here. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. A few rundown benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look less desolate. The small pebbles covering the roof rattle beneath our feet. I peek through the chain-link fence to take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle at the cafeteria. Quadrangle. Something like that. That's a hard word to say. Especially when I can barely speak right now. A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store. Alright, so somehow, when I look towards the town center, the small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic style of big metropolis seems so far away and foreign here. No one has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it, or get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. That sounds like me when I lived in New York. I feel surprisingly optimistic about the new life of mine. Looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only one short year. I fell asleep again on you. Oh, that's why I'm up so early. I guess maybe that's good, honestly. People should just start tuning into these streams to get help with their, sleep. Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly. I haven't had the time to think about how I feel. In good news, I've actually got a couple of new scenes in this game. I got some new scenes with Lily, Hanako, and Emmy. So, I think my options are going to be either of those 3 at this point. I'm really hoping it's Hanako, though, because she was the first one that I wanted. When I step out of the shadows of the clock tower to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear cerulean sky. Oh, that's one of the cities in Pokemon. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries a sense of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to, just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on a bench with Rin in tow and produces 1 big and 2 small lunchboxes from her bag. Come on, Hisao. What are you waiting for? She is beckoning me to join them, making room on the already small bench. I seat myself on the corner of the bench and take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all 3 of us fit on it. Set in Pokemon confirmed? Actually, that would be kind of based. I do actually want to see a dating sim, like, in the Pokemon universe. Although, I feel like Nintendo would absolutely strike that shit down. Impressive view. Yeah, damn right it is. I got 2 bitches up here. Emmy suppresses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Ren, and hands another lunchbox to me. Here you go. Lunch as promised. Homemade, no less. I'm impressed. Wow, this looks really good. Thanks. I make it myself when I can. Conversation dies off as I set about the business of feeding myself. Taking a few bites, I glance up and notice Ren daftly opening the lunchbox and poking a forkful of food with her mouth, into her mouth using only her foot. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed at her dexterity. It's also a reminder of the sort of place I am in right now. Will I ever get used to such sights? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good or bad thing either. It would be cute, 2 Pokemon battle while trainers battle their feelings, rivals to lovers. That would actually be pretty cool. What generation would it be, though? Or would it just be a mixture of just, like, all the best Pokemon girls? Because, like, what was the most recent Pokemon game? Was it Sword and Shield? It might have been Sword and Shield, the one with the... God, what the fuck is her name now? The one that starts with an N, the, like, darker-skinned girl. I think she's from, like, Sword and Shield. Or am I thinking of something else? No, wait, Sword and Shield is the Scottish girl. Or, yeah, that's the one that, like, takes place in, like, Scotland or something. God, what the fuck is it now? It's the one that has the futuristic Pokemon in one game, and then the, like, the Pokemon from, like, the past in the other. Oh, Violet and Scarlet. Okay. Yeah, I think her name's, like, Nemoy or something. She's got, like, a green streak in her hair. That character was actually really cool. Does getting used to this place mean I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does it just mean that I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looks up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning runs always work up an appetite. Which is great, because then I burn through lunch pretty quickly. Helps me keep my girlish figure. What would happen if you lose it? Would you become a man? I nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the morning too? Do you always talk like this? Talk like what? Like what? I think that answers my questions. Never mind. God, Rin is so cute. So, I struggle to think of small talk and then settle on an obvious question. How'd you two meet? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer this question. Someone in the housing department thought that we'd complement each other well, so we were assigned rooms next to one another. Complement each other? Like shoes in a suit. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together and you've got all of our limbs, get it? Ah. So I started helping Rin get ready in the mornings, and that was that. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. Right, that seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of? This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That, combined with the fact that Rin is generally curious, makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms. So, putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know what? I'm just gonna stop talking now. It'll save me from a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is meant to be a sage manner. I see. The conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's really quite good. Emmy finishes her lunch first and makes a contented sound. Ah, that was good. As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Sorry. With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. She tosses me one that appears to be cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with pink color scheme, and keeps an equally pink box of some kind of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterously stabs her straw through the top of the box and begins to drink. I'm once again impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep the comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sorts of people to think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely unaware that she's missing any limbs at all. Whether or not that's just a conscious decision is another matter. I'm honestly not sure. So, Hisao, how do you like it up here? It's quite nice actually. I like high places for the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins a 1,000-watt grin, pleased by my response, I suppose. No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time, too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. No lunch service? I don't know. Emmy looks mock offended. Trying to take advantage of my good nature? The nerve. She giggles. Well, if that's your answer, I guess Rin and I will just keep eating lunches all alone. I am suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rendering puppy dog eyes I have seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding, I was kidding. I love to eat lunch up here again. Good location, and the company's okay, too. Emmy frowns a bit at my What the fuck was that? My cat just get... Where is my cat? It sounded like my cat just threw herself down the hallway. Emmy frowns a bit at my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. I guess this makes us friends now. Or at least acquaintances. The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. If you don't eat more, you're gonna fade away. Rin shrugs, as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we better get going. The three of us head down the stairs together. The afternoon class pauses. Once again, I find myself without a plan for something to do after school, so I head to the library to return a couple of the books I finished reading. Walking inside, I see that there are about as many students here as there were on Tuesday, all the more evident from the almost total silence engulfing the room. As I drop the books I borrowed into the return slots in the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind it, quite startled from the banging they make as they hit the trolley next to her. Oh, sorry, Yuko. Didn't mean to startle you. No, that's fine. It happens. A lot. I'm used to it by now. Can I help? It's okay. I think I know where everything is. Thanks anyways. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do. And after reading so much during my stay in the hospital, it's become a hard habit to break. I wander down to the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been last time I was here, not really expecting anyone to come of it, or anything to come of it. I just looked over at chat. I need to get rid of the dubby thing, actually. I actually took the dubby thing off, just because it wasn't even, like, an actual promotion or anything. It was just, like, another way for people to, spend money and, like, get something out of it if they didn't want to, like, sub. But, I mean, I've had their drinks a couple times. They're not terrible. They're just, like, your stereotypical, just, like, powdered drinks that you, like, shake to get a flavor out of it or some shit mixed with your water. It was fine. I wasn't really, like, the biggest fan of it. I guess I just don't feel comfortable, like, doing promotion for something that I don't even, like, actively use. No, if I got something like Dollar Shave Club, I would definitely, like, sponsor them, because your boy shaves a lot. But I also just haven't touched my Moobot in a while. I gotta fix a lot of my settings on there. Surprisingly, though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. I decide against intruding on her like last time and get back to finding reading material. Oh, come on, we should intrude on her. I want to talk to Hanako. After an indiscernible amount of time spent perusing the aisles, I finally decide on a couple of books and get them, and slide them off the shelf. With a minimum of fuss, I quickly walk over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bag as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left, presumably to their homes and dorms. Feeling utterly drained, I head to my room and read the books I borrowed. There's been enough action and excitement for one day already. The first is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Oh, fuck yeah, love that book. I know the story, of course, but I've never actually read the original. It's just as trippy as I remember the story to be, with the wacky characters and nonsense plot. I start thinking about myself as some kind of an Alice too, haplessly tumbling down the rabbit hole into this crippled wonder world. Jesus. Crippled wonder world. This is new too, I don't remember this from last time. Okay, that's a rather strong expression. Still, the isolated location and the overt way the school accommodates to absolutely everything is unsettling. It is like another world. I wonder why I can't shake the feeling of being an outsider like Alice, despite most everyone being so hospitable and friendly towards me. Turning another page, my mind starts drifting further away from the book. It's quiet. I can hear my heartbeat thumping against the fabric of my shirt. For some reason, it makes me feel really bad, like it has since the time in the forest with Ayanako. Like I was locked in a cage with something nasty and scary. I put the book down for a while and stare up at the ceiling, taking my time to shake off the feeling. 200 pages later, I fall asleep. The students roll into class for the Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. With only a day left to prepare, I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through classes until the lunch break, and then our time is our own. Muto lurches into the class in a tired stagger. I suppose students aren't the only people here that have to enjoy their late Friday nights. Without saying a word, he scrawls some page and question numbers on the board and slumps down at his desk. It's completely atypical behavior for him, but it appears that no one in class is going to call him out on it. Wordlessly, the students shuffle their textbooks into position and get to work. Not wanting to break the trend, I do the same. Fatigue has made the class antisocial. Not a peep is heard among the ruffling papers. That can partially be attributed to the 2 empty seats besides me. For some reason, Misha and Shizune aren't present, probably doing council work for the festival. It's very quiet without Misha present. I wonder if she was born as rowdy as she is, or if she is making up for Shizune's lack of a voice. Naki, can I speak to you for a moment? I'm so engrossed in thinking about Misha that I don't even notice Muto approaching my desk. Sure, what's this about? It's probably better if we speak outside the classroom. Something about this doesn't sound too good, but I stand up and follow him into the hallway. Muto stands in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he is trying to say. Not knowing what's going on, I wait silently. I heard from the school's nurse that you had an accident the other day. Ah, so it's about that. Well, kind of, but it's not anything to be worried about. Yes it is. Anything can endanger your health is something to be worried about. We try our best to prepare for your life here. Part of that involves knowing your limits and how to work around them. It would be remiss of me if I didn't speak about this. Alright, I get it. I'm sorry. Muto closes his eyes in frustration, and I realize that he probably wasn't the best thing to say. Something tells me that you're not sorry. Pretend as much as you want, but this isn't a normal school. A lot of people have put in a lot of time, effort, and money to make sure that you and every other student here can have the same level of education as your peers. For you to abuse that by throwing out advice, especially medical advice, is plain selfish. I'm not quite sure if this is actually how he feels, or if it is some act that he's practiced many times to guilt-trip students into doing the right thing. Either way, it's working. I understand. This is all new to me, and I apologize. I know my limits now, and I'll be sticking to them. Muto appears to lighten up a little, satisfied that his message had been received. So then, on to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand you were laid up for a while. We're not too far ahead, are we? I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Muto taps his chin and raises an eyebrow as he absorbs this information. Is that so? I suppose there are still students out there who realize the importance of learning. I wouldn't go that far. I was only trying to keep myself occupied in my little life support prison. Well, yeah, you gotta keep up with these things, right? That's exactly it. One wrong move in this world and you're left behind, right? Right. Wouldn't want that to happen. No. No, you wouldn't. Every week there's a new scientific discovery. Most of them mean nothing to a layperson, but any one of them could be the key to the next big thing. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious that Muto's serious talk is over, and he's gone back to his standard, slightly scatterbrained approach to life. I think in hindsight that I prefer him this way. He's slightly more predictable in his unpredictability. Well then, I think that's all I really had to say. Let's get back inside, shall we? My relief at that suggestion is insurmountable. Sure, you're the boss, right? Muto pauses for a moment. I don't think any of my students have ever said that to me before. For an instant, I consider replying to this, but something deeper within me tells me to shut my mouth and get back into the classroom. A few of the students jump at the sound of the door, rapidly trying to pretend that they are working on the question on the board. Some don't even bother, their heads slumped on the desk as they nap. Thankfully, it would appear that Muto does not even notice them. He returns to his desk and retrieves a scientific journal from one of his drawers. I guess I got to him there. The class returns to the near silence that Muto and I had left between our chat. Mixed feelings of tiredness and anticipation buzz around the room. Everyone here is either waiting for the chance to rest or the chance to get their last-minute preparations underway. The clock on the wall slowly ticks the remaining class time away, until finally the bell cries out, ending the torment. Before you all leave, I expect the answers for the problems by Monday. The class sighs as one, instantly regretting slacking off, but still acutely aware of the more pressing issue at hand. The classroom empties in a blink as everyone rushes to their last-minute festival preparations. I stay behind and try to finish the question so I don't have to bother with the rest of it over the weekend, with the festival and all tomorrow. Apart from me, Hanako is the only one left, obviously waiting for Lily. It's weird that Lily comes all the way to our classroom to pick her up. I expect that moving around is at least nominally harder for her than it is for Hanako. But it's none of my business, and naturally I don't ask about it from Hanako. Despite the relative proximity of our seats, neither of us tries to strike up a conversation about that or anything else. So, an oppressive silence falls onto the classroom. Time passes in silence. It's probably just 15 or so minutes, but it feels longer. I turn pages of my notebook. Hanako turns pages of the novel she's reading. My pencil lead splinters against the paper just when I was about to finish a paragraph. The sound of my irritated sigh and subsequent fumbling around for a sharpener feel like they're breaking the mood in the classroom. Hanako keeps her eyes firmly away from my direction. Before long, Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. Hanako? Her name is all it takes to make Hanako jump up from the desk and run to Lily. They talk quietly for a moment, but it isn't long before Lily leaves the room, and Hanako idles back into the classroom, taking her seat once again. I watch Hanako out of the corner of my eye, of sheer curiosity at the idea that the two would be separated. For a couple of minutes, she does nothing but sit with her chin in her hand, staring at the desk dejectedly. The boredom evidently becomes too much for her, though, her slender frame reaching into her bag and pulling out a small book. Come to think of it, that isn't the one I saw her reading at the library. She must be quite a fast reader to get through them at this rate. After about 10 minutes of restlessly shuffling in her seat and trying to read, Hanako closes her book and leaves too. As should I, since the assignment is all but finished and there is nothing else to do in the classroom. Not that I have anything else to be. The school is a beehive of activity, but no one pays any heed to me. I slanter past classrooms filled with students frantically doing this and that, buzzing around like little worker bees. You wouldn't guess the school day is over. It's a bit quieter outside, but not by much. People zip by left and right, hurrying as quickly as they can, busy and energetic. I feel the opposite. The midday sun seems to be draining all the spirit out of my body, making me feel limp all over. Warm, soft air flows inside my shirt, feeling like a cushion. I yawn lazily, thinking about what I'd do. I'll drop off my books at the dorm first, and then something I haven't decided yet. Maybe Kenji's in his room. On the way to the dorms, I spot Emmy coming my way, running despite not having those weird running prosthetics on. I wave at her, and she stops to a skid. Yo, Hisao! Spatters of white and green paint adorn her nose and chin respectively, but her smile is as wide as I've always seen it. She leans closer to me, amplifying the feeling she is examining me. What you doing? Nothing really. I don't have anything to do for the festival, and everyone else seems to be doing something important. That's perfect, then you can help me and Rin. With the festival preparations? I'm not so sure if I would be much help. That's fine, I'm not much help either. Emmy grabs my wrist and starts dragging me back inside the school, quite forcefully. Even her walking speed is more like jogging, making me stumble over myself simply trying to keep up. The stairs slow Emmy down a little bit. Maybe it's hard to climb with her legs, or maybe she's finally running out of breath. We go all the way back up to the 3rd floor, to the seniors' hallway, ending up where I left 5 minutes ago. I could have just as well stayed here waiting for Emmy had I known. So is Rin working on that mural still? That's right, she needs all kind of paints and brushes and stuff, so I went to get them from the art classroom. And you need me to help with that? Well, Rin told me you had already helped her before, so I thought you wouldn't mind. I see. So thanks to Emmy's flaky logic, here I am again, collecting stuff from the art classroom for the other people. The room is empty apart from ourselves and the lonely specks of dust floating in the air. Emmy skips straight away to the back wall, digging out a tiny, crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. While she tries to make sense of the scrawled handwriting, I take a closer look at the materials lying around here. Dozens of paint cans and bottles are arranged on the shelves in the most unorganized fashion. Some look like they have been left there for several decades, relics of previous art club generations. Next to the heavy stacks of neatly piled drawing paper are boxes full of different sized brushes and unsorted crayons. The smell of paint, turpentine, and fresh paper float in the stale air, mixing in the nostrils to form this unmistakable scent of art. Emmy studies her notes, comparing them to the markings on the various paint cans and passing them to me as she finds the correct matches. She stretches her neck to look onto the topmost shelf, but it's not quite enough. Her eye level stays below the shelf no matter what she does. Emmy gives up and just looks at the shelf longingly, like a child at a toy store, huffing in annoyance. After a moment of building anger, she starts jumping up and down, apparently trying to speed read the labels during the fraction of a second she can see them, and catch what she can. It's no surprise that she fails miserably and almost manages to bring the entire shelf crashing down. Now I see why me lending a hand would be useful here. Come on, let me do that. You can't jump high enough, and I don't want you to hurt yourself trying. Also, I'm like twice your height. You are not. She turns around, flaring scorn, flushed cheeks and all. Just kidding, just kidding. Anyways, I'll look up there, okay? She glares at me one more time, but can't come up with a retort. With a grudging, she turns back to me. So I begin scrounging around the top shelf for paint while below. Emmy crouches to scavenge what she can from the cupboards. I shake my head a little, after double-checking to ensure she can't see me do so. Emmy having a complex about her height was a surprise. I wouldn't have joked about it otherwise. She seems easygoing, but I guess everyone has their weak spots. Only after we have almost all the time items collected and spread out on the desk, like a treasure hunter spoils, do I realize that it wasn't necessary, the height jab that got her riled up. She might not like to be told that, but she can't do something like jump. But Emmy herself seems to have forgotten all about it already. Quick to anger and quick to forgive. Is she that type of person? At least she doesn't seem to have taken anything to heart, as she chatters away happily while we pick up the rest of the items and then make our way back to Rin. I chivalrously carry the bulk of materials as we make our way towards the dormitories. Rin is really stressed out about getting her painting done. It's her fault though, she should have started earlier. Is she gonna make it? No idea. It looks good to me, but with Rin, you never really know what's going on. I found her this morning lying in front of her dorm in a fetal position. She hadn't slept all night. I can't believe that night nurses hadn't found her. And now she's painting again like crazy. Yeah, I've noticed that she comes off as kind of unhinged, so to speak. Emmy giggles at that, as well as my likely too obvious awkwardness. I don't mind it, she's just a little weird sometimes. On that, I can agree with her. Unlike me, Emmy seems to be cool with Rin's whatever it is that feels off about her. Still, they don't feel close like Misha and Shizune do, with them working as a single entity sometimes. It's hard to say where one ends and the other begins. Even though they're so different, just like Emmy and Rin. And Rin is the most different of them all, different from anyone else I've met. Yeah, I guess she's a very unique person. I return to that word again, as if it encompasses Rin's personality by itself, but really it's just a substitute for a lengthy description of her oddities. Emmy giggles as I grasp about for a properly descriptive word. She's just weird. You know, earlier she just spent half an hour sitting on her box, and stared at her toes. She giggles again in a way that makes me think she doesn't know what's funny about it, just that it is. All that time. The working area is a mess, but the mural itself has taken even more of the wall since I last saw it. The disfigured human figures have been mostly colored in tones of red, pink, and orange. Weird imagery. Things populating the space in between. It looks nice. I can't think of any word that would describe the word work concisely and comprehensively, so I settle on a nondescripted nice. But honestly, it seems that the area around the wall becomes untidier at the same rate as the mural progresses. The ground is littered with dozens of paint cans, various art supplies, and empty soda bottles. Rin herself is in the center of this chaos, standing there looking very cozy as she was a natural part of the scene. Her pant legs have been rolled up to her knees, exposing her thin legs, which sport a drying spectrum of war paintings, similar to those on Emmy's face. Emmy sprints to Rin ahead of me and gleefully jumps in front of her. I'm back! That was fast. Did you run into the corridors again? Hisao helped me. Emmy points victoriously at me. Rin turns around, following Emmy's finger with her eyes, looking at my general direction. She nods absentmindedly at me. She looks like she hasn't slept much since last night. A vacant, glazed stare that's unfocused slightly off me, and movements like in a slow motion. Hello, Hisao. Thank you for the help. Don't mention it. I just did. Never mind. Looks like you've made progress. Looking good as far as I can tell. But now you get more bad luck. I know, but I'm willing to take the risk. That's a very nice thing to say. For me, of course, not for you. This is why artists are always unlucky. They have to constantly look at their unfinished paintings. So, artists can't find romance, their favorite TV shows are cancelled, or they die young because of an unspecified disease. It's a deep and mysterious law of the universe. Unless they are blind. She considers this for a while, looking like she's gonna fall asleep. There's a boy. At the art club, you see, blind boy, so he doesn't see. He should become an artist. No bad luck guaranteed. Don't you think that would be a good idea? That only blind people should become artists? No, not as such. You might have a point. Abandoning this train of thought, she turns again to consider her work and starts humming a tune that I think I recognize, but can't remember the name of. Emmy arranges the supplies we brought and moves a few paint cans around, trying to bring some organization to the scene. Emmy, I need the Prussian blue paint. Which one's Prussian blue? She is staring helplessly at 7 or 8 cans, each with a different tone of blue. It's the one with Prussian blue paint in it. Geez, Rin, you're not helping at all. I look around as well, even though I don't know what Prussian blue looks like, either. I wonder what blue has to do with Prussia. Or what Prussia even is. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place it. While none of the blues look more Prussian than the other, the small amount of labels is legible enough to determine that none say anything about the context being Prussian. There is no Prussian blue here. We need to go get more, then. I open my mouth to say actually we're not both needed for such a simple task like finding another pot of Prussian blue, but Emmy already grabbed me by the arm and started dragging me off. I wave to Rin, who doesn't seem to notice that the two of us are even leaving. Alright, need to take a drink. Oh. Take a drink of my cranberry juice, clean my bladder out. Well, she'll notice when she goes for the Prussian blue and finds out it's still not there. Maybe. Probably not, actually. I think this is actually new, too. While I'm busy thinking about how weird Rin is, Emmy's been dragging me back to the art classroom. I feel myself starting to run out of breath. What's the rush? Huh? Emmy gives me an appraising look, as if she's trying to figure out something. It's just that you seem to be in a hurry. I'm not sure I can keep up. Comprehension dawns on her face. You're not out of breath, are you? There's almost an accusing playfulness to her tone. I'm tempted to deny it, but then I realize that I've been breathing heavy since we started. I guess it's kind of obvious. A little. Not everyone can be in shape, you know. Takes all kinds, right? Emmy frowns, not a particularly good frown. That is, I should get in shape? Not that I hadn't decided to try that, or try for that. After that flutter on the track, I figured there's a real need to get in some sort of running habit. I was, after all, feeling pretty good until I had my false alarm. Well, actually I wasn't, but it was fun. Meanwhile, my comment seems to have helped Emmy come to some sort of decision. Well, that's it then. She gives me a serious look. You're joining me. I beg your pardon? In the mornings. You and I are running partners. I've got a routine all planned out, in fact. She produces a crumpled sheet of paper. I've got it right here with me. I take the sheet of paper and give it a once-over. Times, dates, and laps all laid out. A slow increase from just a few laps a day to... My god, does she expect me running a marathon? And where does she find the time to get all this together? And how long has she been planning this anyways? You've been planning this. A little. But it's really the nurse's idea. He told me to keep an eye out on you and make sure you exercise like he told you to. A vast conspiracy? Maybe Kenji's onto something here. This seems a bit much for keeping an eye on me. Well, to be honest, I've been trying to find a running partner in the mornings for a while now. My god, Kenji, if you could only see the scheme unfolding. What do you need a partner for anyways? It's easier to keep up a workout if you're not the only one doing it. Isn't that obvious? You're less likely to quit if someone else is counting on you to be there, right? I see, and this is why you keep running, but it'll make sure that I keep running as well. Meaning that I'll be obeying the nurse. And I'll be keeping an eye on you just like he asked. You caught on quick, Hisao. And if I refuse? I have no intention of refusing, of course. But I've got to at least put up a token of resistance to such a masterfully executed plan. Well, if you refuse, I'd have to pout. And you'd have to live with being the guy who made Emmy... I still have no idea how to say her last name. Ibarziki? Ibaroziki. Emmy Ibaraziki. Pout. You don't want that on your conscience, do you? As if to demonstrate, Emmy begins pouting. It is the most adorable, heart-wrenching thing I've ever seen. Okay, I'll do it. Just don't do that. I feel like I just hit a puppy. So it's settled then, right? You're gonna be my running partner. Follow the workout? And the dietary plan? Dietary plan? Yeah, the dietary plan. You've got to eat healthy if you're gonna get in shape, you know? I examined the workout routine closely. I don't see a dietary plan on here. Oh, right, I forgot to give that to you. Another crumpled sheet of paper is produced and handed over. It's somewhat less detailed. I had the nurse help me come up with it. The amount of dedication that the nurse has to keeping me on a good health is pretty overwhelming. I don't know many school nurses who would get one of their students to spy on me, and much less help come up with a dietary plan. Then again, I guess I'm not in a normal school. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. Then again, this dietary plan seems to cut out just about everything that'll be offered at the festival tomorrow. So, when does our running start? After the festival. Right after? What if I had something to eat there? I could get a stomachache, you know? I mean the day after the festival. I knew that. Wasn't there something we were supposed to be doing? Oh, I guess we should get that paint for Rin, huh? Oh no, it slipped my mind. So, yeah, from the sounds of it, sounds like we got the, It sounds like we're getting the Emmy route. So we got both of the amputees back to back. My first run was Rin, and now I'm gonna have Emmy. By the time we get to paint and get back to the mural, Rin's already wandered off. Oh well. Emmy and I both decide to part ways there, leaving the paint on the ground. Rin will find it, whenever she comes back anyways. Festival's tomorrow. I'm actually a little excited for it. At the same time, the week's left me feeling pretty tired, so I read a little and then went to bed. Nice, went from a chick with no arms to a chick with no legs. Although I feel like no legs is definitely more manageable to deal with than someone with no arms. The next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's a Sunday and there are no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto a plate for people with a craving for low-quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend a day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend a day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kanji's up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has plans since everyone is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with a no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out and body crudely sprawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. No arms, too high maintenance? Right, like it would be. Like, I thought about that. Like, I love Rin as a character, but, like, couldn't even play video games with me? Like, what the fuck? She has no arms, she can't play video games unless she uses her feet, which, I mean, she might be able to play video games with her feet, who really knows, but I feel like that would be a challenge unless she's using, like, keyboard and mouse with those piggy wiggies. Like, I just can't tell. I'm slipping my boots on. I don't know, I just feel really uncomfortable if I don't have any sort of, like, shoes on. And my feet are getting cold. I'm gonna put my boots back on. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. I was gonna ask what you're doing today. Half the school is out there already. Out where? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see those big wooden booths outside. The people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all time to thwart the snipers. It's the festival? You know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Aw, damn. Aw, damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is gonna be a very bad day. It's good you told me this, man. This is gonna be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're going to be everywhere. The people, outside my window, socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's gonna be loud as hell. Damn, and I was just gonna go out today. But it's ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here. And I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know now, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? The weather is even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check out the festival. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. No, I can't do that. They'll eat me alive out there, I know it. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face, relatively straight. What are you gonna do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. I wonder. I'm kind of hungry, but I made this deal that I will try to take better care of myself. Be healthier, you know. Don't know if I should steer clear of the takoyaki or head straight in. Deal. Sounds ominous. So, what are you getting in return? Nothing, I guess. It's not that kind of a deal. You know Emmy from our year? We kind of agreed to watch each other's backs and... Ah! The shrill scream and expression of abject terror in Kenji's face chilled my bone. It's as if I told him, a Catholic priest, I sold my soul to the devil. Her? You sold her soul to the devil? And didn't get anything in return? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Do you know who you're dealing with? She's a public health danger. Do you know how many people she sends to the hospital monthly with her carefully placed flying tackles? She's one of them. A key player in the vast conspiracy that aims for a complete submission of everything that is manly. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I trusted in your judgment, man. I thought we were brothers. You have to call it off before it's too late. This festival, too. It's just one of their ploys. He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster, like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm gonna have to find some place to hide in a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. The door slowly closes with a low creak. I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. It's kind of unsettling, and now I start to feel doubtful myself. Should I bother going? I've got a book I've been meaning to read. Something about an underground postal system that may or may not exist. It's short, too. I could have finished it in a day. But would that be a good way to spend my time? Well, yeah, it definitely would be. But I suppose it would probably be a better idea to head outside, see the festival, try to integrate with all the other sideshow acts. God, why is he so mean? What the fuck? All the other sideshow acts. That is so mean, dude. Honestly, I should try to at least make an attempt to keep up with the somewhat friendly personality I've had the past week. Maybe get something to eat, my stomach suggests. It's almost lunchtime. I could at least grab something from one of the stalls outside. I'm soon outside, surrounded by various students and people who may or may not be their parents. Every so often, I catch a glimpse of someone who clearly just came up from town for the promise of a festival. They're easy to spot. Yeah, probably because they don't have disabilities. The ones who can't staring, and behind their eyes, you can tell they're thinking, now what's wrong with this one? I almost want to yell at them. But at the same time, can I deny that I've been doing the same all this week? A wave of something like disgust sweeps over me. Guilt for my own narrow-mindedness. I push the thoughts aside, concentrating on the pangs of hunger that burn my guts like a wildfire. The scent of something fried leads me to the promised land, where I can get some lunch. I'm just getting my order when a loud voice interrupts me. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Having lunch? Breakfast? You mean you just got up? Suddenly sleeping all morning feels like a crime. No, I meant lunch, honest. She's not buying it. Brunch? That's not a healthy breakfast at all. She snatches my food out of my hand and glares at me. What the hell is this girl doing? Hey, that's my breakfast. What happened to it being your lunch? That's my... whatever, it's my food. Emmy places her hands on her hips and begins lecturing me. Did you really forget your dietary plan already? You need to be more conscious of your health, Sao. What about your heart? My heart's fine the way it is, mostly. All I get in response is a roll of the eyes. I doubt that. You wouldn't be here if that was the case, would you? The girl's got a point, of course. but I'm not about to concede it. It's not that bad of a heart. Certainly it can handle a little grease now and again. Yeah, sure, and it handled a little running just fine too. Emmy seems unconvinced. Not surprising, as I haven't even managed to convince myself. Maybe, but that's if you're sleeping all day. Or maybe, but not if you're sleeping all the day away all the time. A devious look suddenly crosses her face. Of course, if you'd been following a routine from the beginning, you wouldn't be in this situation. Hey, I've had a pretty eventful week, you know. For example, I almost died, and there was a lot of meeting people, and then I was on the roof for a while. Which is no excuse for slacking off, you know. A little near-death experience is no excuse for skipping basic exercise. Like running in the mornings. She nods as if something important has just been decided. So it's settled then. You've seen the error of your ways and are willing to adhere to my routine, right? I'll see you bright and early in the morning. We'll be running buddies. You know, you'd already convinced me yesterday that was a good idea. You don't need to convince me again. Not that I did a good job of being convinced. She's right about eating healthy after all, and here I am ordering something grossly unhealthy. But delicious. There are more important things than deliciousness, aren't there? Like staying alive? If Emmy were here browbeating me for my poor decision, I'd probably... Hey, wait a second. A sudden question springs to mind. Hey, why the hell do you have taken such an interest in my well-being? Emmy shrugs and grins at me. You're the new guy. I figure you don't have any friends yet, right? Besides, I've caused you trouble all week, right? I owe you for not getting angry. And I told the nurse I would anyways. Uh-huh. Crazy little running girl wants to make me healthy? Well, I suppose there are worse fates. Okay, that sounds fine. Thanks for your concern. Tomorrow morning, then? I figure that ends the conversation, so I turn to leave. Not so fast. I feel a hand on my collar, and in seconds I'm being yanked backwards. Hey, no need to be so rough. What do you want now? Emmy looks almost wounded by my annoyed question. Thought you could use the company. Her eyes narrow. Besides, you were just going to try and sneak more of that fried crap, weren't you? Well, I wasn't going to, but now that she mentions it, that would have been a really good idea. I was not. Another glare. Okay, maybe I was going to get a little. The glare continues. Okay, a lot. Jesus, I'm in danger to myself and others, aren't I? I get done agreeing that I need to be healthier, and then immediately start considering the next unhealthy habit that comes my way. I knew it. You can't be trusted. Now I definitely have to stick with you. This whole situation feels silly. I can only imagine what passerbys think of the sight of me being lectured by a tiny girl half my size. Maybe I should just give up now. Fine, do what you like. I sigh. Might as well make the best of this. What do you want to do? Emmy thinks for a minute. Well, I promised Rin I'd stop by her mural. So let's do it. I confess I'm slightly curious as to see how her mural turned out myself. So, again, I consider there are worse face. I give a nod of assent and find myself almost dragged bodily through the crowd as Emmy races to our destination. By the time we reach the dorms, I can feel my heart pounding. My heart shouldn't be pounding after just that. I take a few deep breaths, willing myself to calm down. I'm one of the most normal-looking people in the school, but I still have to be here. Sometimes I'd wish I'd lost a hand or something. But then it'd be obvious that I belong here. But instead, I don't even look sick. Even now, trying to catch my breath, I just look out of shape. Emmy looks back and notices my state of distress. You're not gonna die on me, are you? Please don't. It'll be all my fault, and I don't want to deal with that kind of guilt. Besides, after the last time, I really don't need to see you that way again. Especially because the nurse will totally say it's my fault. Nah, I'm fine. Guess I need to start running after all. And you wanted to keep eating your greasy whatever it is. See, it's a good thing I found you, right? Yes, it was. Maybe. Of course, I don't add that. I wouldn't be in this state if she hadn't dragged me across the festival grounds. Further conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Rin. Oh, it's you. Hello, Emmy. Hey, Rin. I brought Hisao along because he was going to give himself a heart attack. I was not. My ejection goes unnoticed. We stopped by to see how the mural turned out. Rin nods slowly. Well, it's right there. You can see it pretty clearly. I find myself wondering how long Rin's been standing here in front of the mural. Has anyone even stopped by to look at it? Are we the first ones? Obviously, we're not the first to see it, of course. I mean, it's pretty big. You'd be hard-pressed not to see it. At the same time, I don't think anyone's actually talked to Rin about it. Anyone but us, that is. I feel compelled to say something. It looks pretty good. I'm still not happy with how it turned out, but I guess it'll do. She seems almost resigned to it. I'm not sure what she expected as a result, but I guess she didn't quite get there. We stand in front of the mural, taking it all in. I try my best to concentrate on the composition of things. It's actually fairly interesting. The colors swoop and blend together, dragging me along with them. There's a dreamlike quality to the whole thing that makes it almost feel sleepy. I try hunting out some of the colors Emmy and I grabbed for. As I try as I might, I can't see any Prussian blue. Oh well. I'm sure it's in there somewheres. My feet start to hurt, but Rin doesn't seem inclined to move on. Emmy speaks up. Hey Rin, have you eaten? Of course, you can't survive otherwise. What about in the past 5 hours? Maybe. But I'm hungry again, so maybe that means I'm wrong. Emmy grins and claps her hands together. Good. Come get some food with us. Rin nods in assent. Okay, but we should hurry before they notice I'm gone. Somehow I don't think they care. Whoever they are. As we head back to the food stalls, I cast a longing eye over at the fried food. No, I better not. I'm pretty sure Emmy wouldn't let me anyways. We find a nice spot on the grass and sit down to eat our purchases. Well, my purchases anyways. Somehow I wound up paying for all the food. Surprisingly, my unfried food is pretty good. Silence falls as Emmy and I eat, and Rin just stares at us. Something or other, occasionally eating a bite or two of her food. I think I said that completely fucking wrong, but I'm not gonna reread it. I finish my meal first and lay back in the grass. Emmy glances up from her food. Tired, Hisao? A little, I guess. Well, don't oversleep or anything tomorrow morning. We start our morning runs, remember? Actually, they'd slipped my mind. I was actually just enjoying myself. Wandering around the festival with these two has actually been fun. Yeah, I'll set an alarm. You better be there. Or I'll get angry if you aren't. God forbid. I don't think God comes into it. Unless there's some kind of freak accident and your alarm clock shorts out. That might be a random act of God. Well, don't cause any problem, or random acts of gods then. A plan forms itself in my mind. It's a plan that makes me feel kind of guilty, but I throw it into execution anyways. Damn it, I've earned a little fried food. And anyway, I'm gonna start running tomorrow, right? So the actual routine all starts then, not now. Ergo, the dietary portion starts tomorrow too. Ergo, I can have something unhealthy today. A sort of final farewell to all the stuff I used to eat while the wild abandoned before the hospital. Actually, I suppose I should head back to my room. I had some homework to do, and if I'm gonna run in the morning, I should make it an early night. Those eyes narrow again. You sure you're not just gonna sneak off and buy some of that fried stuff over there? No, I'm too full to bother now. I pat my stomach for emphasis. Besides, you two have cleaned me out anyways. Emmy giggles. It's a surprisingly pleasant sound. Another pang of guilt. She's gotta know that I'm lying to her, doesn't she? Or is she just that trusting? I feel kind of like a monster. All part of my master plan, Hisao. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. Thanks for the food and keeping us company. And here I thought she was doing me a favor. Rin nods in agreement. I won't say see you tomorrow because that would be like predicting the future, and I'm pretty sure I can't do that. Okay. Bye, you two. I feel oddly glad that I decided to leave my room today. Not a bad way to start my second week here, I suppose. Once I'm sure I'm out of Emmy's line of sight, I make a beeline for the food stands and buy some cake. At least it's not fried, right? That's slightly better than what I was planning to do. Still feel a little bad about lying to Emmy, though. She really does seem concerned about my health. I'll make it up to her somehow. Better head back to my room. Hey, I do have work to do. My book waits for me, and I flop onto my bed and read through the fireworks display. Eventually, all the walking around, or more accurately, running around, catches up with me. I really am out of shape. Emmy dragging me out in the morning to run might be a good thing after all. It's something to look forward to. Oh, sweet, we got a cool little animation. I think we might get an animation with every, like, character story that we get, maybe? To show us, like, which character we even got. Yeah, she's cheating. She ain't got legs. God damn! Oh, god damn! I just get a straight shot of just cheek and fucking coochie. Finish Emmy's act. Okay, yeah, so we got Emmy's. Fuck! I miss Hanako, but you know... I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you? Oh, it stinks. Nice and good. My alarm's beeping shatters the early morning quiet, and I find myself wondering where to find the motivation to rise. Class is still quite far off, but I agreed to run with Emmy in the mornings.
My balls, your face.
My balls, your face. Really, I'm not that interested in running as a hobby, or even as a possible life-lengthening exercise. However, I feel obligated to follow through on my promise to Emmy yesterday, which is why I find myself throwing on some running shorts and a light t-shirt. The cool morning air caresses my face as the morning sunshine causes the dew on the grass to sparkle, nearly blinding me at first. As I make my way down to the track, an ugly thought strikes me. What if this is some sort of joke that Emmy's playing on me? Would that surprise me, really? Hell, I'd probably do it to the new guy, too. At the very least, I'm sure Emmy and Rin had made a bet on whether or not I'd actually show up. I feel a sense of trepidation. Trepidation? I think I looked that word up before and already forgot what it meant. Trepidation as the track comes into view. I sound like a fucking broken record. You're late. It would seem that Emmy is already there. What a relief. Not according to my watch. We are both early, in fact. Damn, you got me there. Emmy is sitting on the bleachers, decked out in her running gear, waiting somewhat patiently for me. I'm glad you're actually here. I was afraid this was a joke or something. Nah, I never make someone get up early for nothing. Plus, Rin owes me 500 yen now. She didn't think you'd actually show up. I knew it. Nice to know Emmy was on my side, at least. Emmy hops off the bleachers and begins stretching out. She's remarkably lithe, almost like a dancer. I set out to stretch as well, but then realized that I don't exactly remember how to stretch properly. It's been ages since I stretched for anything, if you don't count my one stint at the running last week. And even then, I don't actually think I stretched beforehand. The specters of my long hospital stay rises up again. I can't say I was all that active before the hospital stay, though, so maybe I'm just being morose? Morose? Another new word. Emmy giggles as she watches me stretch. No, Hisao, you gotta hold it for longer than that. I'm trying, it kinda hurts a little. Huh, that's because you're out of shape. You gotta get some flexibility in you, like this. To demonstrate, Emmy reaches down and puts her head through her legs. God bless you, Emmy. I see. Is that the sort of thing I should strive for? Of course, flexibility is important for a runner. You'll be able to go faster the more you stretch. That makes no sense to me, but Emmy seems to believe it. So did Emmy just like goatsy herself in front of me, just put her head between her legs? Oh, does that mean Emmy can walk the wall? Do you guys know what that term means, to walk the wall? Where, like, you put your feet up against the wall and, like, try to suck your own dick? I wonder if Emmy can do that to herself, just, like, eat herself out. I had one friend who, for some reason, he was very proud of the fact that he learned how to walk the wall and could, like, suck his own dick. And the way that he described it to me is it was more like sucking someone else off than sucking yourself off. Which, I mean, is kind of obvious, because, like, your body anticipates it. Like, it knows that it's coming, so obviously it wouldn't feel as good. But the fact that, like, he openly admitted to that was, I think, the biggest shocker. With Emmy's help, I managed to stretch myself out properly. I can't help but notice that when she thinks about how to explain things to me, her mouth scrunches up in concentration. It's adorable. Not bad, Hisao. Come on, we better start running. We'll start off with just a mile, okay? That's 4 laps around the track, got it? That sounds fine to me. This shouldn't be too hard, right? A hazy memory of running a mile for gym class surfaces in my mind. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Emmy sets a pretty good pace, and I fall in behind her. Try to keep up, okay, Hisao? Roger. We round the first curve without incident, though I can already feel my heart rate increasing slightly. By the second curve, I started to breathe through my mouth. Emmy doesn't even seem to be breaking a sweat. As if to punctuate her superiority, she turns around and starts running backwards. Are you doing okay, Hisao? Never better. Oh, really? Maybe I should speed it up then, huh? Oh, no. Wouldn't want you to overexert yourself. My heavy panting and wheezing makes the statement less convincing than I had hoped. Emily simply smiles and turns around again. You're the boss, Hisao. We'll stay at this pace. I get the feeling that I'm being mocked. If I weren't in such terrible shape, I'd probably feel offended. By the third lap, my breath is coming in ragged gasp. I'm almost awash in my own sweat. Gross. We round the curve to start our 4th lap, and Emmy looks back at me with a grin. Here we go. She takes off at a blinding speed while I stubbornly stick to a slower pace. By the time I get to the first turn, she's already rounding the second. As I struggle across the back stretch, Emmy continues running and catches up to me. Come on, Hisao, you can do it. I'd answer her, but I'm too focused on getting air into my lungs and ignoring the burning in my leg muscles. Part of me wants to say something like, maybe you can, but I'm about to die here. But again, I doubt I can actually form words right now. Emmy keeps pace with me as I round the second turn and cross the finish line. Her sprint seems to have gotten her sweating. It's actually caused her shirt to turn slightly translucent. It seems she's wearing a black sports bra. I feel a vague stab of guilt for being the sort of guy who stares at a girl's chest, but my legs and chest are burning so badly I can't bring myself to care that much. Not bad for a first effort, Hisao. Kind of you to say. Emmy seems to be, if not out of breath, at least breathing a little more heavily than she was before we started running. It must have been the sprint that did that. Hey, I've got a few sprints in. You should walk around the track to cool down. Then we can stretch out and we'll be all done here, okay? Sounds good. My legs are on fire, and the breathing is still heavy, but surprisingly my heart seems to be taking the strain well. Another triumph of medical science, I suppose. You should put your hands behind your head. It makes it easier to catch your breath. Surprisingly, she's right. I begin to stroll around the track, happy to feel my breath coming back to me. There's a blur as Emmy sprints by me. Watching her run is absolutely fascinating. It's not just because she's on prosthetics, though that is interesting. The really interesting thing is that the way her face changes. I can only catch glimpses of it when she runs, but her eyes seem to come alive with a sort of fierce joy. It's as if there's nothing else in the world but her in the track. By the time I've gotten to the final stretch, Emmy seems to have finished her sprinting. She's breathing heavily now, but she's wearing a satisfied grin on her face. She waves to me cheerfully as I near her. Feeling better, right? Actually, yeah. Do you want to take another lap around with me? I've got to cool down too, you know. Part of me would rather sit down and not move, but something tells me that would not be a bad idea. Or that would be a bad idea. My bad. My bad. I'm trying my best, man. Besides, if I sit down, there may be no getting back up again. Sure, why not? Emmy got her hands behind her head now as well, which makes her seem very relaxed. The positioning of her arms also pulls her shirt upwards, ever so slightly, so that I can see a small glimpse of her belly. Aw, yeah, I fucking love bellies. I am a man of culture, I love midriff. I do my best to act the gentleman and not look, but the contrast of her skin against her red running shorts is rather arresting. So how do you feel, Hisao? Surprisingly good, actually. I'm sore and tired, but surprisingly good. As soon as I say it, I realize that it's true. Sure, part of me wants to lie down and die, but I feel like I've accomplished something. It's almost like a glow throughout my body that persists despite the soreness. Yeah, that's the runner's high. Runner's high? Yeah, it has something to do with adrenaline. Emmy thinks for a moment as we walk, trying to remember. Then she shrugs and grins at me. I don't actually remember. It's a good feeling though, isn't it? Better than sex, right? I opened my mouth to respond shortly before processing what she just said. Emmy watches my face for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You're just too easy. Why did I agree to run with you again? Emmy just laughs harder. She takes a hold of my forearm and tilts it, allowing her to get a better view of my watch. Her face changes the moment she sees the time. Oh no, we better get a move on, Hisao. Class is in an hour, and I need a shower. I probably should do that as well. I need to see the nurse, too. Maybe he'll write me a note for being late. Why do you need to see the nurse? Emmy points to her prosthetics, as if it would explain everything. It's important to check for irritation. You know, from sweat or friction or anything. Normally, I only go after practice, but if we're going to be doing these morning runs, then I guess I'll see him twice a day. Wait, so Emmy only started doing these runs since I showed up? If it's more convenient for you to run with me at a later time. Don't be silly. I've been meaning to start running in the mornings for a while now. But if I didn't have a partner to run with, I'd be less likely to keep up the routine. It's always harder to blow off a commitment if you're going to let someone else down, you know? So, you'll be my running partner for the mornings. We both need exercise, so it all works out, don't you think? Yeah, perfect. Did it have to be me, though? Well, I guess I can't complain too much. Emmy's pretty fun to hang out with. And she's right, I do need the exercise. Doctor's orders, even. Emmy waves a quick goodbye to me. Right, I'm off. Come have lunch with us, okay? What? Lunch. You know, the meal in the middle of the day. Come have it with us. Where? The rooftop? Ren likes it up there. When? Lunchtime? When else? That was a silly question. Yeah, but I sort of felt the need to ask all three of the completeness sakes. Emmy laughs and grins. I don't think I've ever seen a girl smile so much before. Not bad, Hisao. See ya. With that, she takes off like a shot for the school building. I guess she's gonna see the nurse first. I hurry back to my room and hop into the shower, only to find that the water takes a while to heat up. The shock of the cold water nearly kills me. I manage to warm the water up a bit and spend some quality time feeling my muscles loosen. My heart surprisingly feels the least bothered by the run. I suppose that's a good thing, even if it does make me feel a bit of a wuss. I mean, at least I'd have an excuse beyond I am out of shape if my heart were bothering me. Guess I'll have to keep this running thing up. Otherwise, I'm sure Emmy won't let me hear the end of it. It's only after I get out and dry myself off that I realize that I've only taken 10 minutes. Or that I've only... What the fuck? It's only after I get out and dry myself off that I realize that I've only 10 minutes left to put my clothes on and get to class. I really hate the way that some of these sentences are worded in the game. I don't know, I'm not exactly like an English major or anything, but I feel like some of these sentences don't flow cohesively. I feel like there is just objectively like easier ways to make these sentences run. Yeah, it could be a translation thing, I guess. So, the thing that I do have to keep in mind about this game is, I do think that it is an English studio that made this game, like a very small English studio. But each route is written by a different person. So with Rin's route, hers was done by someone named like Aura or something. That's like their online username is like Aura. Because I remembered when I was looking for a conclusive answer about whether Hisao and Rin actually like get together at the end of that chapter. That's when I discovered that like each path is written by a different person. And that's why Hisao is like his personality kind of like fluctuates a lot between like the different routes and like the paths that you choose. Which I don't think is bad. I think that is unique, at least, that like every path is different. Like they have Hisao, who's an established character. Someone came up with the character, and then that person, you know, they probably did like the Act 1 and was like, hey, here's the character, here's Act 1. Now it's your job to transition this into a story and see what you guys can do with like your given character. I think that's probably one of the more like unique aspects of this game. Crap. The hands on the clock finally set me free from the tedium of yet another fun-filled class. Getting up from my seat proves to be more of a problem than I anticipated. My legs are killing me from the morning's run. Maybe doing these with Emmys isn't such a hot idea after all. Still, the run's given me a hell of an appetite. I'm halfway down the hallway to the cafeteria when I remembered that I got my lunch with me. My parents saw fit to provide me with some prepackaged stuff when I moved in, and a good thing too. The hallway is packed with students headed to the cafeteria. Going back is like swimming upstream, but I've got an appointment to keep up on the rooftop. It takes me a moment to find the staircase leading up to the rooftop, but I'm willing to bet that Emmy and Rin aren't up there by now anyway. In fact, I think I saw Emmy among the bodies in the hallway headed for the cafeteria. I step out of the door to the roof and take a deep breath. The fresh air blowing against my face and body almost makes my legs hurt.
I'm here to make inflammatory statements on the internet. And then turn my notifications off.
Oh, I didn't even realize that was playing at first. Maybe if I'm upside down. Part of me wants to be surprised that Rin's already up here. What's that going to accomplish? Things in the clouds. Couldn't you just look at them right side up? Rin rolls her eyes in something approaching exasperation. Then I want to get a new perspective. Is upside down really a new perspective? Aha, that caught her off guard. Rin looks pensive. You may have a point. Maybe sideways. As Rin lays down on a bench and looks at the sky, I give up. Fortunately, Emmy chooses the moment to burst through the door, carrying 2 bags. It is actually crazy to see like how much happier Rin was before fucking Hisao decided to like interject himself. And then we made her miserable by going down her romance path. I mean, I guess in the end of the day, like, it did lead to, like, a good ending. But man, she was so much happier before Hisao came along. It's like, it's crazy to see how different she is now. In this path. I do miss Rin, though. She nearly takes the door off the hinges. Sorry it took me so long. There were a ton of people in line. She drops the first bag in front of Rin and takes a seat on the bench next to her. You buy Rin's lunch for her? Sometimes, yeah. I'd have Rin buy my lunch for me in return, but I'm not sure how she'd carry it. Plus, I'd never buy her lunch. If Rin's offended by Emmy's comments, she doesn't show it. Emmy sniffs. How ungrateful of you. I'm not sure whether these two are joking with one another or if I'm witnessing the beginning of a catfight. The 2 girls stare at one another for a few tense moments before breaking into smiles. Hey Emmy, do you think being upside down is a new perspective on things? Didn't I already have this conversation? Emmy looks thoughtful, apparently giving the question some thought. After a deep and profound pause, she speaks. I have no idea. Well, at least she's as lost as I am. Hey Hisao, you're coming to the track meet, right? The question comes out of the blue and catches me off guard. I don't know yet. Honestly, Hisao, after I went through all the trouble of letting you run with me in the morning, you won't even show up to my track meets? Wasn't she the one that asked me to run with her? Actually, she didn't even give me a choice in that matter. Wait, no, I didn't say that. She beams at that, as if I just agreed to give her $1 million. So, you will come after all? That's great. I didn't say that either. I'll be going too, so I'll make sure he comes on me. Good idea, Ren. Maybe we can get some food or something after the meet's over. I feel like I've just been conned, but not by these two. More like just some outside force, pushing me, irrevocably towards my destiny. Maybe I shouldn't read books that feature conspiracy theories so heavily, otherwise I might wind up sounding like Kenji. Still, I suppose that I gotta show up now. I don't think that I could stand against the both of them being disappointed. I'd never hear the end of it. When is it again? Next week, silly. I just told you a few days ago. No, you didn't. I forget. Well, you won't forget to come, though, will you? Of course I won't. I'll even make a note on my calendar or something. Rin nods sagely. That's probably a good idea, you know. Unless times changes, of course. It can do that? Rin gives a non-committal shrug. No, it hasn't. Not yet, but you never know. This time it's Emmy who gives a shrug. I suppose it can't be helped if it happens. Not unless you're a time traveler or something. You don't actually think that could happen, do you? I don't think we do we? Rin shrugs again. That seems to be her default response to everything. I suppose not, but I reserve the right to change my opinion at a moment's notice. For Rin, the statement makes a deserving amount of sense. The fact that I realize this now frightens me a bit. I wonder if Emmy gets this feeling all the time. If she does, she doesn't show it though. Emmy merely nods. As expected. What's that supposed to mean? This time it's Emmy who shrugs. It's like she's using Rin's own weapon against her. Your response is the sort of thing I expect from you, that's all. Am I really that predictable? Emmy's smile seems to border on gloating. Nah, it's just that your unpredictability is pretty predictable. Well, that's alright then. I don't get the chance to see whether Rin's being serious or not, as the bell rings. I didn't notice the lunch period slipping by at all. Hanging out with these two was far too interesting. Emmy jumps up, a look of panic on her face. Oh no, I needed to stop by my room to pick up my notebook for the next class. Don't you wish you had a time machine now? Rin seems rather smug as she delivers this line, like she just won an argument. Emmy ignores Rin's comment. No legs is growing on me. Yeah, she's pretty funny. I heard a lot of people saying that she's one of the more boring stories, though. Or, I guess not boring is the right word, but it's kind of just like a generic, kind of like story. Rin's was definitely the most unique one from what I've gathered from the community. But I am glad that I got Emmys, because now I get to see apparently the lowest and the highest stories. Sorry, Hisao, but could you make sure our garbage gets thrown away? I usually clean up myself, but I gotta run. Sure, no problem. Emmy darts away with urgency. I'm starting to expect from her. I don't bother asking Rin why she couldn't help. She already seems to be preoccupied with something else entirely as she wanders off. What do you mean you were gonna ask Rin to help? She doesn't have fucking arms. Like, how is she supposed to help? She's probably used to Emmy taking care of cleanup, and for some reason I doubt Emmy's ever even raised the issue with her. Because she fucking can't help Hisao! What about that don't you understand? Yeah, why isn't the girl with the fucking no arms helping me, bro? Bullshit. Cleanup from lunch doesn't take too long, so I have plenty of time to toss our garbage and get to class. Misha greets me with a wave of a devious grin as I walk through the door. Didn't see you in the cafeteria, Hik-chan. Yeah, I decided it was too crowded there. Misha's grin gets wider. Oh, really? Are you sure you weren't participating in an illict rendezvous? Oh, what? What are you talking about? You were on the roof, right? Both with Rin and Emmy, no less. You Casanova, you. We just had lunch, that's all. Misha bursts into laughter, drawing the attention of several of my classmates. Wahaha, you're so adorable when you blush like that, Hik-chan. She gives me a conspiratorial wink. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. There's no secret. Oh? Misha seems disappointed and then brightens up again. Time will tell. I don't know what the hell she's talking about, but Blissfully, our teacher comes in and class starts. I was really trying to actually get Shizune this time, because I really wanted to see her story. I feel like I was actually really nice to Shizune, too. Another day of class has finally dragged itself to a close. Unexpectedly, I managed to stay awake for the whole time. I'm pretty sure that counts as a miracle. My legs seem unwilling to stand up for a moment. Oh, actually, I do remember that person that was in chat last time did say that Shizune's is one of the more difficult options to actually get, because her, choices are very specific. I guess the run took a lot out of me. I head down the hallway and make my own way to my room. I sit down, half-heartedly chip away at my homework for a while, feeling like a vulture picking at a particularly unsavory carcass. I know this is what it eats, but it's not sure that I shouldn't be ordering takeout instead. I don't think I can take this anymore, but it's important to get my work done. Now let's see, what was I supposed to be looking over again? I know it's a losing battle, but I fight it anyway. Halfway through my math homework, I put down the pencil. This isn't working. I need a distraction. Unfortunately, my options for distractions are rather slim. I'm not in the mood to read right now. Kenji is usually out of his room at the moment. If I go to the student council room, I'll just end up doing work for those two. And heaven only knows where everyone else is except for... well, I suppose that is an option. I grab my shoes and head for the track. Emmy's probably down there. Track practice is ending as I arrive at the track. The sun's beginning to dip low in the sky. Has it really gotten that late already? What are you doing here, Hisao? Come to spy on me, have you? I give a shrug. To be honest, I'm not sure why I came down here. I didn't have anything better to do. I figure that's about right. At the moment, Emmy's the only person I can think of who I could visit. So I'm your last resort, am I? Nobody cool around, so you're just gonna see Emmy? Is that what you thought? She looks really angry. A chance of some teasing of my own presence presents its... God, fucking... I can't fucking read. A chance for some teasing of my own presents itself. Actually, yeah, I guess you are. Emmy pouts, widening her eyes to give the maximum amount of puppy dog resemblance. Kidding, I was kidding. So you are down here to stalk me. Wait, what? That's not what I meant. Why would I stalk you anyways? It's not like you require stalking. If you're not sleeping or in class, you're down here, right? Emmy laughs at this comment. Well, you're not all wrong, I suppose, but you forgot about eating. I do that too, you know. I nod, conceding the point. Plus, I hang out with Rin sometimes too, so really, I might take some effort to stalk. What do you two do together anyways? You don't seem to have a lot in common. She puts her hands on her hips and assumes a superior air. That's what you think. I've got all sorts of hidden hobbies, you know. Oh, really? Like what? Amy puts her head on one side as if she's trying to remember what she does in her free time. Well, Rin and I go shopping sometimes. I guess that makes sense. Emmy's a girl after all, but Rin? Rin comes with you? We usually swing by the art supply store. Plus, she likes the music store that sells all kind of weird sounding stuff. She says it helps her focus. That makes a little more sense. I see. Any other hidden hobbies? Emmy wags a finger at me. Now, why would I go reveal all my dark secrets to you? We hardly know one another. Somehow I think that's all that Emmy has in the way of hobbies. Still, I don't think my question's been answered. Even if you do have a few hobbies, I still don't see you hang out with Rin so much. I mean, she's kinda weird, isn't she? The comment causes Emmy to laugh loudly. Huh, that's the understatement of the year. So why? I mean, you're a lot better at conversation and stuff, so I figured you'd hang out with a lot of people, but I think I've only ever seen you with Rin. Emmy seems unusually defensive. Hey, I hang out with plenty of people that aren't Rin. You just don't see me doing it because I'm not in your class. Okay, but that still doesn't explain why you hang out with Rin. I'm not even sure why I want to know this. I guess it's because lunch was so strange. Emmy shrugs, looking for a moment very Rinish. It's because we have similar outlooks. If you were to ask me the least likely answer to my question, that would be it. What do you mean? It's like... Okay, Rin paints and stuff, right? Yes. I'm not sure where this is going. Well, I run. And that's why we're similar. You lost me. Emmy frowns as if trying to figure out her answer. Well, maybe it's that we do things for the same reasons. Huh? You know, we follow our passions. So you're passionate about running and Rin's passionate about art. Is that it? Well, sort of. Let me think. Well, Rin explained it to me once, but I don't know how much of it I followed. Not surprising. I think any explanation from Rin would probably confuse anyone. She says we both chase after an extreme. Like she's always trying to find a new way to show a particular feeling or something. And I run because of the feeling I get from it. And since we don't allow ourselves to be slowed down by anything, we make a connection based on that. What do you mean, slowed down by anything? Emmy looks surprised and points to her legs. You know, because I'm a runner, and Rin's a painter even without arms. So we respect each other's determination. And that's why we hang out. I think. Well, I'm not so sure that made any sense to me, but from Emy's sheepish expression, she's not sure about it either. Honestly, it's not something I think about much. We just get along. I think that's really all that matters. I suppose she's got a point there. Another question strikes me, and since I've got nothing better to do, I ask it. So what got you into running anyways? Oh, I've been running since I was little. My dad was a runner, and so as soon as I could walk, he started teaching me how to run. It was our father-daughter thing, you know? Our own mutual hobby. A shadow crosses her face, and I'm shocked to see her looking sad. Did something happen between them? Man, I don't have a lot of time left. Sorry, but I've got to get a few more laps in before I go see the nurse. She races off the track, hair streaming in the wind. It seems to me she's going a lot faster than she was this morning. As she rounds the track, I catch a glimpse of her face. It's much the same as it was this morning, but her eyes seem to have taken on a harder edge. I guess she's right. I don't really know much about her. I watch her run for a little while and then stand up to head back to the room. Hey! She spots me leaving and waves to catch my attention. Don't forget, same time tomorrow morning, got it? Got it. I head back to my room. Homework beckons. I can't sleep. My body's tired, but my mind is kept awake, staring at the ceiling and the hollow darkness in my room. I grasp desperately for a thread of thought, hoping that I can run my brain into the ground. All I can think about is how I can't think of anything. This is not productive at all. I wonder if this is a side effect of the medication, though it seems odd for it to take so long to show up. Then again, maybe I'm just not used to any of my new surroundings as I'd like to think. I don't know, but for whatever reason I'm awake and I shouldn't be. This is ridiculous. Ignoring my body's stiffness, I get out of bed and look at my clock. 4 in the morning. Last time I checked it was only 1, so maybe I slept a little. I don't know. I throw on some clothes and head out of my room. A walk might do me some good. I'm surprised at how chill the air is compared to the relative warmth of the day. I can almost see my breath as I wander the canvas, waiting for the sun to come up or for me to fall asleep. At this point, either option works for me. I find myself at the track where, for the first time, Emmy's not out running. I suppose that makes sense, it's too early even for her. The bleacher seats are cold, but at this point, I welcome the sensation. The sun is starting to show its face over the horizon, and I know with an awful certainty that I'll get no sleep tonight. The sun's steadily strengthening rays start to warm me up, and I catch the dew on the ground begin to steam slightly. My mind calms a little. Someone's shaking me. Hey, wake up. Huh? What? I guess I fell asleep after all. What are you doing out here? You're gonna catch a cold or something. I rub my eyes and am confronted by Emmy, who bends over with a worried expression. I'm still a little groggy, so my response comes out in a mumble. Couldn't sleep, watched the sun come up. Sounds like something Rin would do. I shrug, feeling the stiffness that comes with sleeping on a bench for a few hours. Is it? I want to know. Emmy grins a little at my somewhat cranky response. So, couldn't sleep, huh? Obviously, we need to run you harder today. Even though I've only known her for about a week, this seems a very Emmy-ish response to the problem. Hey, my body was plenty exhausted after yesterday. My mind was just racing, that's all. I don't see the difference. If you run hard enough, your brain will get tired too. I'm seriously questioning the wisdom of doing this first thing in the morning. I don't know if my grades will be able to handle me tiring my brain out like that. Emmy pulls me up from the bleachers with surprising strength for someone her size. Now come on, Hasao, we've got work to do. I don't actually know if I'm up for this today, to be honest. I mean, I obviously didn't get much sleep, and what sleep I got was on the bleachers. I don't know, should I really be running? Emmy glares at me. Good heavens. What are you talking about? Of course you should be running. How else do you expect to work out the kinks? You've been sleeping on the bleachers for heaven's sake. The best way to get some soreness out is to run a little around. Now stop hiding in the bleachers and get down here. There's no arguing that. I'm pretty sure she'd kill me if I didn't do as she said. I get to my feet and hop down to the track. The sun is warming things up rather nicely, I think. Emmy and I begin to stretch out, and I find myself once again hard-pressed not to stare. If this is how I wake up every day, I might be able to get used to this. You know, Hisao, it's not polite to stare. I wasn't staring, I swear. Emmy raises an eyebrow and considers me for a moment, as if elevating my response. There's a brief moment where I'm afraid for my life. But then she smiles and laughs, shaking her head slowly. Honestly, you didn't have to deny it so sternly. In response, I clap my hands together and go for a change of subject. So, that's enough stretching, right? Emmy gives a casual shrug. Do you feel stretched? That's really how you tell. Well, I do feel up to run, if that's what she means. Yeah, I feel ready to go. Same as yesterday, okay? We'll just run for a mile at a steady pace. Don't worry about getting really fast, just worry about keeping the pace you got. You're the boss. Emmy grins again, and we take off around the track. I think I'm gonna die. We're not even done with the first lap, and my legs are on fire. My breath is coming in a ragged gasp. I can feel sweat pouring down my brow, and we've only just rounded the second turn. Come on, Hisao, you've got 3 more laps to go. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this! I think I might hurl. Somehow we're on the second lap. Emmy's not even sweating. How can she be doing this so effortlessly? For some reason, I'm still moving. She's like a machine. Third lap. What happened to the second? Almost there, Hisao. Liar, we've got another 2. Nothing to be done. I can't do this. Emmy whirls around and begins running backwards. Her face is a mask of anger that surprises me. Never say that. If you say that, you'll have already lost. Keep moving. If you're alive, you can keep moving, damn it. Wow, language. We're on the 4th lap now. She really seems to want me to keep going. Legs move, move, move. They feel so sluggish. I'm in mud, or molasses, or tar. I can't go on. I'll go on. Final stretch, Hisao. Give it all you got. I pump my legs as fast as they'll go. They keep refusing to obey my commands. Somehow I keep moving. Somehow I finish. That's it, Hisao. I knew you had it in you. The anger Emmy showed a lap ago is gone, replaced with pride. She's positively radiant, like she just won the gold medal or something. I stagger to a stop and fall to my hands and knees, gasping for air. My heart is pounding far harder than it was in a long time. I don't think it's done this since... Oh god. Please slow down, heart. Just slow down. Stop racing. I cough and for some reason feel a grin crossing my face. So this is how I die, huh? Trying to stay healthy? How ironic. I'm all but ready to give up right there. But then I feel my heart slow down. 2 hands grab under my arms and tug upwards. I look up and see Emmy standing over me with a mixture of delight and worry. On your feet. Come on, you'll never catch your breath that way. Somehow I manage to stand. I try to raise my arms above my head, but they feel like lead. I start to walk around the track. Wow. I start to walk around the track while Emmy keeps close to me, like she's afraid I'll collapse or something. She may not be far off. I feel terrible and say so. Emmy laughs. But you finished, didn't you? You said you couldn't, but you did. Isn't that worth it? I'm not so sure, and I don't really have the breath to say so. But that small grin I felt on my face earlier hasn't left. So what if my heart's weak? I still survived this morning. Maybe I'll survive tomorrow too. As soon as it becomes apparent that I'm not going to suddenly keel over, Emmy takes off on her sprints. I don't know how the hell she can manage to sprint after running a mile, but I guess she's in better shape than me. Once again, as I walk around the track, I can't help but watching Emmy sprint. It's weird, but she's like a different person when she's pushing herself. The last time I noticed her eyes, but this time it's her mouth that catches my attention. She's not wearing her normal grin. She's still smiling, but there's a tightness to it. It's almost grim, like she's fighting a losing battle she doesn't care. She seems to be running harder like she did yesterday. Sweat has started to pour down her face, but she keeps going. Her mouth finally opens as she can no longer get enough air through her nose. As she passes me once more, legs pumping, arms swinging in time, and her lips slightly parted. She looks beautiful. After we have taken some laps around the track to cool down, Emmy changes back to her usual self. The transformation I saw in her is gone. Not bad today, Hisao. There's almost admiration in her voice. What do you mean? I would have stopped if you hadn't yelled at me. Emmy colors a little, seemingly embarrassed about her outburst. Sorry about that. I can't stand to see people give up. Especially about something like this. Saying I can't go on is silly when you're obviously going on while you're saying it. That's what this is all about. What, saying silly things? Emmy sticks her tongue out at me. Idiot, I mean showing that you're alive. Showing I'm alive, huh? I didn't know it had to be so painful. But it does feel pretty good despite that. Besides, this is one of the hardest days. What do you mean? Whenever you start a workout, it's difficult the first day, really hard the second day, and the third day is easier. You'll still get days that are really hard, but they'll pop up less and less. So this will eventually get really easy? Yeah, of course. But then you have to increase the difficulty or you'll never get ahead. You'll just get complacent, and you'll lose the sense of accomplishment. So I have to run more than just run for... wow, what the fuck? I actually cannot read right now. So I have to run more than just 4 laps, huh? Yep, but not for a while. You'll have to be careful, you know. A thought strikes Emmy and her face lights up. Got it. Got what? You can come with me to the nurse. That way you won't fall over dead or anything. How charming. When? Right now, of course. You'll need a shower and everything, right? You don't have much time then. Grabbing my hand, she starts pulling me along with her. Alright, I need a drink. My goodness, but you're in a hurry today, aren't you, Emmy? I had no idea how to get to the nurse's office so fast, but here we are. The nurse grins at Emmy and seems to completely ignore me. You got plenty of time to take a shower and get to class, you know. There's no need to run through the hallways like that. I could hear you coming a mile away. Somehow it doesn't seem like he's actually scolding Emmy at all. It's like this is sort of a routine between the two of them. Emmy does a passable imitation of remorse. I'm sorry, I won't ever do it again. The nurse and Emmy both laugh at some private joke. Suddenly it seems that he notices me. Oh, hello, Hisao. What brings you here? Well, Hisao's officially joined me on my morning runs. I start to explain, but Emmy cuts me off. I thought he might need to visit you so that he doesn't die or anything. The nurse raises his eyebrows in mock horror. Yes, that would certainly put me out of the job fast, wouldn't it? Well then, Hisao, let's have a look at you. Lift up your shirt, would you? I'm suddenly very conscious about the fact that Emmy's in the room with me, and blush in spite of myself. The nurse seems to sense my discomfort, but only seems to be to amuse him. A bit shy, are we? He makes an apologetic bow to Emmy. Sorry, Emmy. I tried to get you a free show, but it doesn't seem to have worked. Emmy stiffens slightly and fires a look of annoyance at him. You're an asshole. Emmy bows to me apologetically. I'll wait outside, okay, Hisao? I begin to stammer that it's not really a big deal, she doesn't have to leave, but she's already out the door and the nurse is laughing as he watches her go. Still got it, huh? I don't follow? He laughs again, like he's on some joke that's over my head. I can still get her flustered. It's a competition of sorts we had going on for a while. That sounds incredibly sinister to me, and it seems as if the nurse realizes that too. That sounded a lot worse than it actually is, come to think of it. I wasn't going to say anything. No, you're right. I should fill you in so that you don't get the wrong idea. I'm actually relatively new here, you see. I got hired on the same year Emmy started going here. Before that, I worked with Emmy during her initial rehab following her accident. Hold on, what? We had to amputate her legs after a really nasty car wreck. It nearly killed her, and succeeded. He shuts up abruptly. I blink at receiving this unexpected piece of news. Well, that's not my place to say. Anyways, we've known each other for quite a while. So, we have a slightly more familiar relationship than a strictly professional. He seems embarrassed, like he's done something stupid. I guess he's really worried about that. I wave a hand at him to let him know that it's not a big deal. Don't worry, sir. I promise I'll be discreet. I had been wondering about what caused Emmy to lose her legs, and that was one of the scenarios I thought of. There were only so many ways that it could have happened, but actually hearing about the facts, it's still a little shocking. Well, thanks. You're a good kid, Hisao. I can see why Emmy became friends with you. She's quite indomitable, you know. What do you mean? You didn't see her learning to walk. She'd go for so much longer than the others in the hospital. She refused to quit. Normally it takes years to get to the point where you can even think about running again. Emmy did that in about a year. He seems almost proud of her, like a father who watches his daughter win a competition or something. Hell, she'd probably have done it faster if not for the fact that we wouldn't let her. Wouldn't let her? Why not? Because she'd go for so long that her legs would start bleeding where they met her prosthetics. It's a real concern. It's why she comes by every day after she runs. To say nothing of risk of infection if her legs get cut up by her prosthetics are dirty. But enough about that. If we don't get you on your way soon, Emmy will think we're up to something. As he says this, he gives a wink and begins checking my heartbeat. The stethoscope is way too cold. He really should have heated it up with something before he used it. After a few moments, he leans back, satisfied. Well, you sound pretty good to me, Hisao. You hadn't had any chest pains while you were running, did you? No, not really. I had some trouble catching my breath, though, and my heart was racing by the end, too. The nurse frowns as I say this, but then shrugs. It's probably just because you're out of shape, but if you don't improve, then you should let me know, okay? Don't push yourself too hard, of course, and if you have any chest pains again, come to me immediately. I put my shirt back on, and the nurse leans out of the doorway to call in Emmy. What took you so long? Now I'm gonna be late. The nurse gives me a significant look. I was just seducing Hisao, that's all. What? Come on. What have I told you about seducing my friends? I'd expect Emmy to be shocked by this, but instead she seems merely annoyed, scolding the nurse as if he were a child stealing cookies. Meanwhile, I try not to blush at the nurse's innuendo. I'll try not to do it again, though I fear young Hisao may be lost to the female gender forever. Not freaking likely. I didn't mean to say that out loud, but both the nurse and Emmy regard me for a moment before bursting into laughter again. Told you it was funny, didn't I? Huh, I guess Emmy does talk to the nurse about a lot of stuff. Well, Hisao, you should probably get moving. You still need a shower before class starts, don't you? Crap, he's got a point, and it looks like I've only got half an hour. Thanks for your time. I'll see you later, Emmy. I dash out the room as the nurse begins to remove Emmy's prosthetics. As I head down the hallway, I can barely hear his voice drifting after me. Emmy, you've got to be more careful. I make it back to my room and shower in record time. It occurs to me that I've already been up here for 4 hours, and class hasn't even started yet. Or that I've been up for 4 hours. Alright, I really gotta pee. I'll be, right back, guys. I need to, catch my breath. Maybe I'll grab something to eat, too, while I'm at it.
何？
I'm back, bitches. Alright, I pissed myself, and I got some rice. Got Chinese food yesterday with my daughter. She got sweet and sour chicken. She ate the chicken, but I kind of figured she wouldn't eat the rice at all. So now I'm gonna finish her rice. This is going to be a really, really long day. I hope I don't fall asleep in class. Oh, I fucking love pork fried rice. I feel like such a fat ass. The morning sunlight streaming through my windows wakes me up instead of my alarm, and I realize that it must be a Sunday. Emmy has kindly...
Dane. Dane.
Emmy has kindly deigned... What the fuck does this word? Do something that one considers to be beneath one's dignity. Interesting. Alright, Emmy has kindly dinged to give me weekends off for my morning runs. I don't actually know if I woke up at all yesterday, or if I just slept through the entire day. My legs groan in protest as I lever myself out of bed. All this running has really taken it out of me. Still, I can't deny that Emmy wasn't lying to me. It has gotten a little easier. I'd been worried that the runs would start to wear on my nerves, but thus far, I haven't minded them that much. Well, it's only been a week. I suppose there's plenty of time for me to start dreading the sound of my morning alarm and all. Not that I ever skip out now. As Emmy says, it's harder to stop a routine when there's another person. And frankly, I don't think I'm equipped to deal with a disappointed Emmy. She'd probably give me those puppy dog eyes and feel terrible about myself. Which reminds me, wasn't I supposed to be somewhere today? Hey, you're coming to my track meet on Sunday, right? What I am talking about, of course. What am I talking about? Of course you are. Right? Those puppy dog eyes again. Of course I'm going. I owe you, right? Exactly, so don't forget, okay? I just had a flashback. Crap. Emmy's track meet. I better get a move on if I don't want to miss her running, since she's the only reason I'm even considering going. Otherwise, it would defeat the whole purpose of going. And so, I soon find myself quite suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people, all turning out to see our track team compete with another school like this. I'll admit it, it's almost comforting knowing we're not the only school like this. After you see that there can be two schools with a bunch of defective students, well, you stop feeling so defective. You also start feeling unique, or stop feeling unique, which in most cases would be a bad thing. But in this case, it sure as hell isn't. That's part of Yamaku's appeal, I guess. Learn that you're not unique. Hell, learn that there's other people who would kill to be saddled with your problems instead of whatever they're dealing with. Some of the kids here aren't here because they're missing a leg or they have a heart condition. Some of them might be here because they're as good as dead in 2, maybe 3 years if lucky. And that's only if they get the right sort of care. It's a bitter sort of comfort to be able to say, well, at least I've got a chance of being alive through college, but there it is. I brought out of my rather morbid musings by an appearance of Rin near the entrance of the bleachers. You came. Of course, I said I would, didn't I? That doesn't necessarily imply that you have to follow through. Lots of people say things they don't mean. Well, I don't. Rin shrugs, seemingly bored with the conversation. She turns on her heels and heads back towards the stands. I owe Emmy money now. Why's that? I didn't think you'd show up. Emmy did. So I owe her 500 yen. You two bet an awful lot, don't you? Another shrug from my armless companion. I don't think so. We enter the bleachers and Rid nods upwards. Up there. I came out to see if you'd come. For the bet, I presume. Rin leads the way, and soon we're settled down on an almost empty bench. There's an older woman sitting next to Rin. Someone's mother, I assume. She's got rather long hair done up in a braid. On seeing Rin, she gives her an oddly familiar-seeming grin. Oh, well, this is surprising. I thought you went to get a snack, not a boy. Huh? A snack? I wondered why I was down there. The woman laughs, again in a way that seems familiar. Where have I seen her before? Well, I suppose you've been one to go out for one thing and bring back another. But I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself. I am Mayako, Abiziki, Emi's mother. Ibaraziki. Pleased to meet you. Well, that explains it. She's like a taller, older, and better endowed Emmy. Better endowed. Ah, she's got big fucking milkers. She's like Emmy, but with big tits. Like, honestly, you should have just said that instead, Hisao. I would have known what you meant. Apart from her hair being a darker shade than Emmy's, there's really no mistaking the resemblance. Sorry, I'm Hisao. Hisao Naki. And really, you don't have to apologize for not introducing yourself, Miss, Ibarazaki. That's really Rin's job in this situation, isn't it? Another laugh from Emmy's mother. I've taken you not known Rin for long, then. I bet it's best not to expect her to remember something like that. She's got other things to think about, I assume. Rin nods, seeming pleased by this assessment. She's right. I was just thinking about sunsets. You see? It's really up to us to make introductions and the like. For lack of any better response, I nod. Miss Abrazaki leans back a little on her seat and raises a brow. So, how long have you and Rin been dating? My response consists of silence as my brain suddenly lurches into gear, but just before I can begin to utter out a hastily babbled explanation, Emmy's mother bursts into laughter again. Ha, you're a blusher, aren't you? I don't know if there is any way to keep my dignity in this situation, so I settle for a mumbled response. Maybe. So this must be the new romance then, mustn't it? Wait, that's not the question, that. Another laugh. I know, but it's funny to watch you squirm. I'm sorry, forgive an old woman her amusements. Old woman? She sure doesn't look that old to me. Clearly, Emmy gets her youthful figures from her mom. I suppose I can let it go. How kind of you. It's starting. Yeah, thanks, Ren. I direct my attention to the track where they're preparing for the first sprint. It's like a 400-meter dash. My eyes scan the runners before finding Emmy. She's smiling, with an almost cocky look on her face. The starter raises his pistol. Emmy explodes off the block, disappearing from the starting line in a blur. It's amazing. Even as the other sprinters converge on the lanes closest to the inside line, Emmy surges in front of the pack. By the time she rounds the final turn, some of the other runners have caught up with her. Their efforts come to naught, though, since a final burst of speed from Emmy leaves them at least half a second behind. Mrs. Abizaki swoops and shouts, applauding wildly, and generally looking like any other parent would cheering for their child. Ibarazaki. I'm trying my best to say it, but when I'm trying to read it off like quickly, it might come out a little bit weird. I'm going to take another bite of rice. Emmy bounds off the track, looking pleased with herself. I cheer right along with the rest of them. The announcer, sounding suspiciously like Misha, gleefully gives the results. I think she's gotten faster since the last time. That was incredible. Miss Abrazaki grins proudly. Emmy's a heck of a runner. We fall in silence as the next event is beginning to prepare. I'm surprised to see Emmy striding out onto the track again. Wait, didn't she just run? Emmy's mother nods. Yes, but she runs multiple events for the teams, especially the sprints. It's a lot of running, but Emmy can handle it. From the looks of things, she's right. Emmy doesn't appear to be tired, as if she hadn't run the previous event at all. If not for the sweat visible on her shirt, you'd never know. Which event is this? It's the 200-meter dash. She'll do this, the 100-meter, and then the relay. I see. Once again, the pistol sounds, and once again, Emmy flies off the block. A thumping sound draws my attention away from the race. It's Rin's foot. She seems completely absorbed in the race. Emmy's mother cheers again, and I assume the race is over. Sprints don't seem to me like they take very long to complete. Your foot. Huh? Your foot was bouncing on the bleachers. Oh. You seem pretty into this stuff. I'm surprised. Rin looks at me quizzically. Why wouldn't I be? No reason. I just thought stuff like sports wouldn't interest you. Suppose you're right. It's not that it's interesting. But I'm watching Emmy, not the sport. I don't follow. Emmy's the most Emmy when she runs. You don't get to see Emmy at her Emminess very often. But here, you can. See? She directs my attention towards the track again, where the 100-meter dash is about to start. I watch Emmy closely. As she gets onto the starter block, her whole body seems to relax, but it's a false relaxation. I can see that she's actually like a coiled spring. As the starter tells everyone to get set, her head snaps up and her eyes narrow slightly. Her mouth curls upwards into what could be a grin, or could be a growl. When the pistol goes off, it's as if she's been released from the cage. Like she was always moving at this blinding speed, but we couldn't see it happening until the starter pistol dispelled the illusion of motionless. It's all over in a second, but in those few seconds, I feel like I just witnessed something very personal for Emmy. As soon as she crosses the finish line, the fierce look was replaced by her normal grin. The conquering general returning to his farm. Not conjuring. Amazing. She's really amazing. I've never seen anyone move that fast. Well, don't look at me. I'm far too relaxed to run that fast. No, I think Emmy's prowess all came from her father's side. At the mention of Emmy's father, Miss Abarazaki looks wistful, almost sad. He got her into running, you know. Yeah, she told me. I'm uncertain as to whether or not it would be rude of me to ask after Emmy's father. But after the look on her face a few days ago, I feel compelled to ask. Where is her father now, if I might ask? Emmy's mother hesitates, clearly not wanting to answer the question, but at the same time not wishing to appear rude. He isn't around anymore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Emmy just seemed a little sad when she mentioned him earlier. That's not surprising, considering. Huh? They were very close. I see. A beeping noise suddenly emits from Miss Abizaki's phone. Reaching into it, she pulls out a cell phone and looks at it. Honestly, text messages? What is he, 16? Huh? Oh, nothing. I've got to go meet up with a friend of mine. Will you tell Emmy I'm very proud of her, and that I'll call her later tonight? Of course. I'll admit that I zoned out for a while. I almost didn't notice that the relay is about to begin, but when I look, I can't find Emmy. I thought that Emmy would be running the relay. She's the anchor, so she won't be running for a while yet. Ah. Did you see it? Huh? Emmy at her Emminess. Maybe. Huh, maybe this time. The race begins and I cheer Emmy's teammates along as they pass the baton. Finally, I see Emmy sprinting onto the track to take the final handoff. Once again, I'm taken aback by how graceful she looks when she runs. It really is beautiful. The look of determination and fearlessness on her face only adds to the picture. Emmy at her Emminess, I suppose. But then, as she crosses the finish line, I see her stumble slightly. It's only barely, but it's a definite stumble. Rin inhales sharply and actually looks concerned for a second. Ah, Emmy. Did she hurt herself, do you think? You noticed it too? It must be bad. She frowns, as if deciding on the next course of action. Eventually that proves to be too tiresome and she shrugs again. Well, let's go down. Gotta crown the victor. See if you can't find a laurel branch. That's not gonna be easy. Rin shrugs. At least we tried. Well, we didn't really try all that hard. Or at all, but hey, whatever. Emmy is surrounded by her teammates, all of them congratulating her on the run. Rin seems to be waiting for Emmy to notice that she's arrived. Oh yeah, I guess she can't exactly wave Emmy over. Then again, I'm not sure that Rin would do such a thing even if she had arms. It doesn't seem her style to draw attention to herself, or to emote beyond shrugging. Either way, I'm not willing to wait. Yeah, she just fucking hits the gritty. Yo, Emmy, over here! And her like little arm stubs are just like floating around. I'm widowy hitting the gritty, Emmy. You need to come over. Either way, I'm not willing to wait, so I wave to Emmy, who looks up and grins happily at us. Or, me. Or us. Yeah. Hey, you showed up. Guess Rin owes me money, huh? We would have brought a crown of laurels, but Hasao didn't find one. Hey, neither did you. It wasn't my job to look. When did we assign jobs? When I said see if you can find a laurel branch. Try to keep up. I shrug. Guess Rin's rubbing off on me. Seems it's my fault after all, Emmy. Emmy laughs at Rin and me. It's okay. I'm sure we'll make it up to me somehow. Sure. Good. So how'd I look? I stopped myself from blurting out beautiful or amazing, and then settle for subsequently safe or very impressive. Emmy seems pleased with the assessment. I don't mention how much more impressive her performance is given a lack of legs. I figure she already knows that. Besides, it seems like it would take away from her effort somehow. Great to hear. I was worried that I looked a little slow on the relay, but I guess I did fine, huh? Actually, I noticed Rin kicks me and keeps me from finishing my sentence. What was that all about? He noticed it at the end. That's no good. Guess the nurse will look after it for me. There's a carelessness in her voice, as if it wasn't a big deal, but I suddenly noticed a slight twitch on her face. Like she's trying to hide the fact that she's in pain. It's then that I noticed her breathing is a little shallow too. I guess she really is hurt. She must have noticed my concern because she skips up to me and gives me a friendly pat on the shoulders. Hey, you look a little worried. I'm fine, really. Just sore from all the running is all. And come on, a little pain isn't gonna stop me. Oh no? Emmy grins, and for a moment she looks like she did during her sprint. Fierce and unconquerable. Or to put it another way, really beautiful. Hasn't yet. Well then, I guess I shouldn't worry, huh? Damn right. I'm Ebi Irizaki. Fastest thing with no legs. I don't stop for anything. Impressive. Emmy giggles and seems to remember something. Oh, before I forget, Rin and I are going to do something next Sunday as a post-track meet celebration. You should come along. Normally we do it the day after, but since the track meet was on Sunday, I've got homework in class and all that stuff to take care of. Plus our morning runs, of course. Right, of course. Oh, right, your mom wanted to say she's proud of you. She'll call you later tonight. I thought I saw her in the stands. I'm really glad she made it. Used to be my dad would have showed up to these meets, but Mom's done a pretty good job of taking over. She shivers slightly, and realizes that she's still all sweaty. A breeze has started to blow too. I'm not cold at all, and I've got my jacket with me, so without a word I throw it around her shoulders. Emmy jumps slightly and then grins at me. Hey, thanks. It's getting a little cold, I guess. Yeah, it looked like it. Just as I begin to wonder whether or not giving Emmy my jacket could be taken the wrong way, a boy in a track uniform approaches me. Hey Emmy, you're gonna miss the medal ceremony. Oh yeah, thanks. She turns to Rin and myself. You don't have to stick around for this part, it takes forever. Besides, you should go get cracking on your homework now if you don't have to be up late, Hasao. Morning run tomorrow, don't forget. How could I? Good point. I mean, it's spending time with me after all. With this, she waves quickly and dashes off to receive her medals, or whatever they pass off as medals these days. Rin and I head back from the track, Rin remaining deep in whatever thought she has for the most of the walk back to her dorm. As I see her off, she speaks up. You're probably not going to get that coat back, I think. I'm sure I'll get it back eventually. Interesting. Take it as it comes, huh? Very Emmy-ish. With this odd statement, she turns and heads into the building. Honestly, was it that big of a deal? Emmy was cold and, unless I'm mistaken, in pain. Giving her a solution to at least one of those problems seems like an obvious reaction. Though I guess there is a chance I could lose my jacket if Emmy never remembers to return it. I guess Ren has a point. Still, I can't bring myself to muster much worry over the whole thing. After all, it's getting warmer lately. I don't need a jacket. Odd. I think I used to be a little more responsible with my stuff. Emmy-ish, huh? Maybe that's not really a bad thing. Oh, come on, man. I was eating food. I didn't think it would jump straight to the nurse. You haven't been forgetting to take your medication, right? I'm catching a little murmur. You should take it easy for a few days. The nurse's words hurt me far more than the exhaustion of the morning runs ever could. Take it easy for a few days. I know I should have kept quiet. I keep my eyes on the floor, feeling like a complete idiot. Of course I hadn't been remembering to take my medicine. I'd been rushing out of my room to get the track before Emmy. After the track meet a few days ago, I felt inspired. So I've been running warm-up laps in the morning before Emmy shows up. But then today, while she and I were running, I felt a little pain in my chest. It was only slight, and it was only for a second, so I mentioned it to the nurse. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I kept running and finished just fine, so it really couldn't have been that bad. Why do I feel like I'm making excuses to the nurse? Moreover, why do I feel a need to justify continuing to run despite the pain? Really, it comes down to me being unwilling to concern Emmy, who seemed concerned anyways. I'm not sure how she was able to tell there was anything wrong, but she claims I stumbled a little. She's the one who insisted I tell the nurse, so now I feel bad for worrying her at all. The nurse is shaking his head ruefully while Emmy paces outside the room. Hasao, I know it's difficult for you to get into a new routine, but if you don't want to find yourself in a lot of trouble, you're gonna have to try harder. You can't afford to forget your pills, and you can't push yourself too hard. But if I don't push myself, how will I improve? I don't know where that came from. The nurse seems to have an idea. Now, where have I heard that before? He laughs and pats me on the shoulder. Huh, she's rubbing off on you, I guess. His expression changes again, and back to serious mode. Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't push yourself, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be taking your medication, and it doesn't mean you shouldn't stop if your chest hurts and starts to bother you. I prefer not to have any fatalities while I'm on staff here. A bit of a lofty goal to be sure, but I'm always up for the challenge. I hate to admit it, but I think he's right. I've got to remember to take my medication. You're right. I'm sorry to worry you. Who's worried? You're a smart kid, right? I know you can be responsible, Hisao. A situation like yours, you gotta learn to be responsible fast. I know. His expression suddenly becomes devious. I suppose you've started to enjoy your runs with Emmy then? Yeah, they've been really helping me. I mean, until today I was feeling a lot more lively. Plus, it's really impressive to see Emmy run. Did you see her at the track meet? She was incredible. The nurse nods, grinning all the while. That she was, Hisao. I watched her first couple of races before I had some business to take care of, but she told me all about it. Kind of you to loan her your jacket, by the way. Huh? Oh yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. I had honestly forgotten all about that. I still haven't gotten it back. The nurse gets a smile and makes it feel like he's just made a joke. Not to you, but Emmy certainly appreciated it. And I know she appreciates your running with her in the morning. This one catches me off guard a little. Sure, she mentioned that it's easier to keep to a schedule with an extra person, but I didn't think that I was doing her a favor at all. I thought she was doing me a favor for helping me follow the doctor's orders. She tries harder when you're around. If there's someone else running with her, she's going to push herself more. And she tries even harder when you're around because, well, it's you. What the heck does that mean? Oh ho, you'd love to know, wouldn't you? He laughs in a style of evil megalomaniacs. No, seriously, it's because you're her friend. If Rin ran with her, I'm sure she'd do the same. Well, probably. But that's not the point. The point is, you're helping her, even if you don't know you are. And she's grateful for that, even if she never says it. What do you mean by even if she never says it? Emmy doesn't talk a lot, but she and I have known each other for a long time that I can read her most... What the fuck? Emmy doesn't talk a lot, but she and I have known each other long enough that I can read her most of the time. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid, but yeah, some of these sentences are just really fucking hard for me to read. Sorry, it's more rice time. I'll admit it, I have no idea what she's talking about. Emmy always seems pretty talkative to me. I see. The nurse suddenly realizes that he's been rambling and stops talking, looking a little embarrassed. Anyways, you don't have to stop your morning exercise. Just walk the track instead of running for a few days, let things calm down. And take your damn medicine. I laugh as I exit the office, bumping straight into Emmy. Whoops, sorry about that. Are you okay? What did the nurse say? Do you need to go to the hospital? Oh my gosh, it was my fault, wasn't it? I've been pushing you too hard, haven't I? I'm a horrible person. The words pour forth like a torrent. She's really agitated. I didn't expect her to be this concerned about me, to be honest. Gotta calm her down, but how the hell did I do that? I do the only thing I can think of. I give her a hug. Emmy tenses up slightly, so I pat her on the head in what I hope is a reassuring manner. Hey, settle down. I'm fine, okay? No worries. I can feel Emmy's body relax as I continue to reassure her that I'm fine. Her arms wrap around mine, as if she's trying to confirm that I'm not about to fall over dead. I catch a whiff of her hair. It smells like sweat, or how adrenaline should smell. It's the scent of activity. And a hint of strawberries from her shampoo, I suspect. I just need to remember to take my medicine, that's all. Don't worry about it, it's not your fault. You're sure? Her voice is muffled, mostly because of the moment her face is pressed into my chest. Yeah, I'm sure. I just need to take it a little easy for the next few days. It suddenly occurs to me how close the two of us are. It also occurs to me how nice it is to feel this close. I can feel Emmy's heartbeat calming down, and I have to resist the urge to rest my chin on the top of her head. Thank goodness. You really had me worried there, Hisao. Emmy, you gonna come in here anytime soon? Oh, I'm sorry, was I interrupting? The two of us spring apart as if the other just caught on fire. Emmy brushes her hair back nervously and laughs. Of course not. I'll see you later, okay? Oh, and Hisao. Huh? Take your damn medicine. This last phrase is punctuated by a punch to the shoulder. Yeah, I'll remember. See you later. The nurse smiles again like he's on some joke I don't know about and waves to me as I head out for my room, feeling a burn in my cheeks. God damn! I need a shower. Yo, same, bro. A cold one, if the thoughts running through my head now are any indication. She was really soft. My pills are waiting for me when I make it to my room. I swallowed them without a second thought. I don't know why I didn't think of waiting until after the runs to take them. For some reason I figured it was when I woke up or not at all. But no, they only need to be taken every 24 hours. The exact same time of day doesn't factor into, really. My thoughts drift back to the hug in the hallway. It's weird. You expect someone to smell foul after a run, but for some reason, Emmy smelled right. The tinge of sweat just seemed to fit her. I really need that shower. Dude's gonna be cranking his hog in the shower. Strange that it feels so natural for me to go up to the roof these days. I never would have done something such as this in my old school. In those days, I'd like to eat alone. No, that's not quite true. Though I like to sit alone, I also like to watch people. I always figured that was some sort of person I was, but it appears I was wrong. Then again, I also thought I was the sort of person who had a normal heart, so there you have it. I don't know myself that well. Now I'm on the roof so that I can have lunch with a couple of people. And they're both girls, which is even stranger. Oddly enough, I feel closer to Emmy and Rin than I felt with anyone at my old school. Somehow I get the feeling they'd at least visit me if I wound up in the hospital. Oof, get fucked, Ioniko. Honestly, yeah, like, Ioniko is kind of shitty. You deserve better, Hisao. I focus on the view from the rooftop. banishing such thoughts from my head. There's a light breeze blowing and the sun is shining high in the sky. The sky itself is a deep blue, but hardly with a cloud in it. It's gotten pleasantly warm, and as I sit down to wait for my friends, I close my eyes and enjoy the feeling of the sun seeping into my skin. Voices intrude upon the edge of hearing. Seems to have fallen asleep on us, Ren. Maybe he's faking to lull us into a false sense of security. Why would he do that? No idea. Still, you make a good point. We should probably kick him or something to make sure he's really asleep. Huh? What? Emmy looms over me like only a short girl can, peering at me intently. Oh, you're awake. I guess we don't have to kick you then. Was it part of your master plan? What are you talking about? Emmy shrugs, her twin tails bouncing in the motion. I'm not sure either. You must be pretty tired to fall asleep out here. Although it's pretty comfortable, I suppose. She plops down next to me and begins to eat. Rin sits opposite from the two of us, a move which only makes me more aware of the girl sitting next to me. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear Rin did it on purpose. I concentrate on my food. Emmy on the roof? Hell yeah. Trying to tune out the majority of the conversation that Rin and I are having. Despite my best efforts, however, I still find myself glancing over at Emmy whenever she speaks. I notice how she, purses her lips together. Oh, she's thinking about something. Oh man, that rice is really fighting back. Squinting slightly, as if that would improve her thinking ability. Rin says something that makes Emmy laugh, and I notice, perhaps for the first time, how she laughs with her whole body, rocking back and forth, head thrown back, almost like she's about to fall over. I probably look like a creep. It's about this time that I realize Emmy's looking at me, her voice raised slightly so that she's probably just asked me a question. Huh? Sorry, I kind of zoned out there for a moment. Emmy rolls her eyes, while a slight smirk or quirk of the eyebrows is the only sign that Rin's even paying attention. I said, did you get a career survey in your class too? You know, one of those, what do you want to do after high school things? I don't think so. Maybe we'll get it tomorrow. What are you going to put down? That's a really good question. I guess I've always figured I'd go to college after high school, but I have no idea what I want to do once I got out. And with a heart attack and all, I've really been concentrating on each day as a... Holy shit. And with the heart attack and all, I'd really been concentrating on each day as it came rather than making long-term plans. I suppose I can safely start planning ahead again. I've always liked at least having a vague plan for the future, so it'll be nice to come up with one again. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that right now, I've got absolutely no clue. I've always kind of assumed I'd figure it out in college. That, or I'd just become a salaryman. That's pretty popular. But do I really want though? Do I really want though? But do I really want to? That's a tough question. I guess I don't really want to do anything. You don't sound very excited about that one, do you? She laughs and says this, and I'm caught up in her laugh again. It's so girlish, high and giggly, like a, well, pardon the cliche, like a babbling brook. It bubbles out of her, starting in her belly and working its way up to her throat. I can't help but laugh myself, it's infectious. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty unhappy with the salaryman idea. But to be honest, I haven't given it much thought to the future recently. I suppose that these days, I've been more concerned with living one day at a time. Emmy considers this for a moment and grins. That's a pretty good idea, Hisao. Just write down pirate. I'm momentarily stunned, and then I start laughing. I stop myself and manage to gasp out a question. You're not actually serious, are you? Emmy looks mock offended. Well, I've got the legs for it already, so I just kind of figured. Even Rin seems amused by this. Just you wait. I'll be the terror of the high seas. I'll show you all. I've even begun working on my pirate voice. She suddenly sprints up and begins swaggering up and down a rooftop shouting orders. Yar, me hearties, give me a broadside with the long guns. We'll wear their guts for garters. Do you even know what that means? Rin's unexpected interruption stops Emmy in her tracks. Not really. But it's all in the delivery. The ringing of the bell prevents her from demonstrating her point further. Emmy dashes off immediately, leaving Lynn and myself alone on the rooftop. Rin stares at me intently for a few moments. Is there something wrong? Rin considers the question closely for a moment. After a lengthy pause, she shakes her head. Nope. Oh, why are you staring then? Rin shakes her head again. Nope, I don't get it. Get what? The staring thing. You two seem to, but I don't. Great, she saw me staring. Now she probably thinks I'm a pervert or something. Actually, probably not. This is Rin we're talking about after all. Still, I feel the need to defend myself. I wasn't staring, I was just tired. Rin actually snorts at this, but she doesn't say anything. No, really, I was just distracted is all. Eager to end the conversation, I head back down to class. I'm greeted by the two specters of Shizune and Misha, looking like they mean business. Well, Shizune looks more like she means business anyways. Misha just looks like she's about to start laughing at any minute. Up on the roof again, eh, Hikchan? You know that's dangerous, don't you? That's right. The school cannot be held responsible for any injury that comes from being up there, you know. Furthermore, we could report you for breaking the rules. Misha leans in and whispers, conspiratorially. But we won't, Hikchan. You three are too cute together. She straightens up again, laughing at my sudden blush. Wahahaha! You're too easy to tease, Hikchan. Hey, come on. I'm still new here, sort of. Isn't it mean to pick on the newcomer like this? Nope. It's to help you get accumulated to your new surroundings. Ah, I see. Well, do you have to be so overzealous about it? Yep. Ah, that aside, Hikchan, we were looking for you this morning, but you weren't in your room. Of course I wasn't. I was out in my morning exercise or here in the class bright and early. Unlike you. Shizune looks peeved, and a beat later so does Misha, or she tries to at any rate. That was because of student council business. You should be grateful that we worked so hard for you. Oh, I am. So what do you need from me? Not another attempt to rope me into their dirty work, I hope. We had to give you something, but since you weren't around, we dropped it off in your room. Something like what? Oh, you'll find out when you get it back, Hikchan. Wahahaha. Is it my jacket? Muto enters the room and ends the conversation, and we all head to our seats. It's only after I settled down at my desk and the teacher started talking about something, or other, that something odd strikes me. What did Min... Alright, I need to take another bite of my rice. I don't know why eating the rice is actually helping better with my speech than, like, lubricating my throat with water. I guess it's because I got so much soy sauce on this bad bitch that it's kind of just, like, lubricating me that way. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that my kid doesn't eat her rice, because now I get a second serving of just Chinese food. What did Rin mean by, you two seem to? Was Emmy staring at something too? For a brief moment, I considered the possibility that Emmy was staring at me the way I was staring at her. Of course, that's ridiculous. Still, I can't deny that I wouldn't mind if it were true. But it's best not to think of that. No need to get my hopes up. Come to think of it, when did I start having hopes like that anyway? I shake my head in an attempt to clear it and focus on the lesson. After class, I make my way to my room. Muto really piled on the homework today. Before I can open my door, however, I am suddenly intercepted by Kenji, who has just exploded out of his room in a flurry of papers. Hey, we need to talk. Those rooftop shenanigans of yours, man? They've got to stop. What? You're running around on the rooftops with the limbless wonders. They're women, man. You'll get yourself killed running around like that. I don't follow. Kenji signs and adjusts his glasses, before what could only be understood as an attempt to explain himself patiently. Look, we're friends, so I'm telling you this for your own good. But if I were going to kill someone, I'd do it by throwing them off the roof and making it look like an accident. And if I thought of it, you can be sure they thought of it too. They're crafty. Almost as crafty as I am. I see. Good. I'm glad we had this chat. Loan me 500 yen. I'm sorry? I need to get a drink, man. I've been inside all day and the tap water has been compromised, as I'm sure you know. So I need to stock up on some cans. Got it? But to do that, I need 500 yen. And since I just saved your life with a timely advice, you can at least spare me 500 yen. You know, if it'll make him go away, 500 yen is a bargain. I hand over the money to Kenji, who nods and thanks and dashes off down the hallway, but not before he locks his door. What an exhausting person. I'd better go, in case he changes his mind. Huh? As I close the door, my heels tap against something lying on the floor. It's so brightly colored rectangular paper. Oh, this must be the something Misha mentioned before. Probably a student council leaflet she slid under the door. However, when I pick it up, I find that I couldn't have been more wrong. Someone actually wrote me an old-fashioned handwritten paper letter. Who bothers to do something like that in this day and age? Anyway, yet, as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sounds, this is definitely a letter I have in my hands. I was planning on finishing my homework, getting some dinner, and then go... What's the matter, buddy? Well, come on, go play in the window. Come on. Beans, go in the window. You're in the way. Yeah, he's a very mouthy boy. He's upset because the kitten keeps beating him up. That and he wants to go outside. I was planning on finishing my homework, getting some dinner, and going to bed, in order to be ready for tomorrow's morning run. However, the letter has naturally caught my interest. I sit at my desk and examine it properly. It's the first piece of mail I've received here at Yamaku, so it feels special, even if it wasn't as rare as a handwritten letter. Beans, come on, buddy. Get away from my food. Beans, come on, dude. Get down. Alright, come on. You wanna go outside, buddy? Yeah. Alright, come on. Let's go outside, buddy. You know, I love having an outdoor cat. Ugh. Having an outdoor cat means that I rarely ever have to buy litter. Oh, is this... Oh, it's the letter from Ayonako. I wonder if this is the same, or if it is changed. I have no idea why she would write to me. I haven't been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred, and Iwanako was the last person I expect to want to write me a letter. The last time I saw Iwanako was terribly awkward, embarrassingly so. She came to my hospital room, peeled me an apple out of courtesy, and then we practically sat silent for half an hour. She said goodbye and didn't look me in the eye when she closed the door. It might have been a natural end to the series of visits that were probably pretty painful for the both of us. Every time she visited me in the hospital, I wanted to talk to her, but something stopped me every time. Every time that I didn't speak made the next time even harder. She looked so guilty that I didn't want to say anything, that I might have upset her, and I never could figure out the right words to say. I think Iwanako blamed herself for the heart attack. That's ridiculous, of course, but knowing it and believing it are two very different things. I told her that it wasn't her fault. She nodded, and I really think she understood that if it hadn't been that way, then sooner or later something else would have made my heart give out. Yet she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened the door and entered my room, so I never managed to say things I wanted to say. In the end, that might have hurt her even more. Carefully, I open the envelope and draw out the folded paper from within. Dear Hisao, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all the second year class got put together in 3-1 for the final year, so we are pretty comfortable right now from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third years seemed to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they are so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time, and even old Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year, would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reasons why the mood amongst the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. It's so weird to think that we were already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first years seem so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in the first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for a while, for the whole trimester. I meant to say. For the first whole trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm running to you because I felt like there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person. I have no excuse for it. Yeah, I think I had quite enough of this. I crumple up the sheet of paper and toss it across the room. My aim is off, so the letter rolls under my nightstand instead of going into the waistband. Oh, wow, so he actually just fucking chucks it? Oh, that's different from Rin's story, because in Rin's, he reads the whole damn letter. Honestly, good shit, Hisao. That was an apology for abandoning me. Except I don't know that I really need any of it needed anymore at this point. The hospital seems like a lifetime ago. And here now, I've got other things on my mind. Emmy for starters. It wasn't great to be abandoned during my stay, but it's not something I'm worried about anymore. In fact, I haven't even thought about the hospital in what feels like forever until this letter came in. It's almost annoying to have received it. Honestly, based fucking Hisao. Absolute king. At least in this chat, or this path at least. Because looking back on it now, I do think Hisao was kind of an asshole in Rin's route. Making her, like, kind of, like, low-key forcing her to do things that she didn't want to do. But I do like that he just throws the letter away. I mentioned it before the last time, too. About how, like, when my ex cheated on me. Her new boyfriend, or whoever he was, that she had cheated on me with, came over and apologized to me in person. And obviously, like, an apology like that is never going to really be accepted. It's just one of those things where you kind of just, like, you shake your head and then just, like, yep, whatever. Try to just get it over and done with. It's more of an apology for them to feel better than for an apology for you to be better. And that's kind of the same vibe that I got from Iwanako's letter. Is that, like, if I remember correctly, like, low-key towards the end, she kind of just, like, pushes the blame onto you about, like, well, you never said anything either, so... I mean, yeah, it wasn't a good letter. Like, if I received that letter, if I was in Hisao's shoes, I'd be fucking, like, livid. Of course, I don't have people that would care about me enough anyways to send me a letter. In fact, I hadn't even thought about the oh yeah, I already read that. I get exams to study for myself. I have no time for the past. Now, about that homework. God damn. Yeah, bro did not give a fuck. Yeah, because, like, last time he was like, oh, you know, maybe I should write a letter back. Maybe I should consider one. I really do like that he's just like, yeah, I ain't writing a fucking letter back. Are you crazy? I'm not even gonna finish reading it. So what's the plan for today anyways? I'm waiting patiently in the hallway of the girls' dormitory just outside of Emmy and Rin's room. Emmy is apparently helping Rin to get dressed. I suppose that makes perfect sense, as I have no idea how Rin would get dressed otherwise. Picnic? A picnic? That's what I said. Sounds pretty exciting. I know, right? Rin chooses this moment to make an observation. The sky seems threatening today. Actually, I noticed that too, on the way over. Despite the sunshine of the earlier morning, the afternoon seems to have taken a turn for the gloomy. There's a heaviness to the air as well that usually heralds a rainstorm. I wonder if I should have brought an umbrella. She's got a point. I mean, you sure you still want to risk getting caught in the rain? I don't even know why I bothered asking. Emmy pops out of Rin's room into the hallway, looking shocked that I'd even suggest canceling our plans. Of course. What, the threat of rain's just supposed to stop me? I can't help but grin at her belligerent response. It's almost like she's daring the rain to come. If Mother Nature were walking down the street, I think Emmy probably would have started a fight with her. Or at least challenge her to a race. In fact, Emmy seems almost aggressively cheerful today. Rin wanders out into the hallway, looking her usual self. Well then, are we all ready to go? I'm ready. Rin nods and says a single word. Basket. Beg pardon? The basket? In Emmy's room? You should carry it. Emmy claps a hand to her mouth, embarrassed. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot all about it. Nice save, Rin. Emmy darts into her room and emerges with what looks like a very well-stocked picnic basket. She hands it to me. I note that it feels heavy enough to be 1, 2. Good lord, how much food does she pack? More to the point, where'd she get the money for all of this? So, are we set to head out? Yep. Rin gives another nod as we head out of the dormitory. I can't help but frown when I notice how gray the sky has gotten in 10 minutes I was inside. Still, Emmy does not seem concerned about such petty concerned by such petty concerns as the color of the sky. She's positively skipping as we walk. Which reminds me, where are we going? This brings Emmy up short, and she shoots me an embarrassed look. You know, I didn't really thought about that. What do you think, Hasao? Well, there's the one spot where we ate during the festival, but it might be nice to leave the campus for a while. However, I'm not really too sure if there's any good places to do that in town. Just as I'm about to open my mouth, Rin unexpectedly interjects with a suggestion. There's a park in the town near the art shop. Great idea, Rin. I totally forgot about that place. Crisis averted. Do you know how to get there, Rin? Rin shrugs. It's pretty likely. Good enough for me. I would prefer knowing for sure, but what the hell. Lead on, Rin. The three of us quickly make our way off campus and take the road down to the town. This basket is a bit heavy. I hope the park is close by. We pass the art supply store, Rin slowing her pace slowly as we go by. Or slightly as we go by. Alright, I need some more rice. Actually, you know, I'm gonna take the only piece of chicken that she left behind. I don't know why she didn't eat this one singular piece of chicken. Oh, I see. Because it's as hard as a fucking rock. I need to check my TikTok real quick. This shit's been blowing up like all day. Yeah, I have 151 notifications on my TikTok. Holy shit, 35 new comments. And then just like hundreds of likes on my videos. My fucking channel on TikTok actually just went viral recently, and so I'm getting like so many just like different yeah, I'm just getting so many like likes, reposts and stuff like that, comments. Oh no way, the my Rena video actually passed my Caesar one. Oh, it did. My fucking Rena video passed my original one. That's actually crazy. Yeah. It's crazy that most of the people that like that seem to be responding to my posts and like liking my posts are all fucking like Russian guys. I'm gonna have to check my I'm gonna have to check my like analytics again to see like what the ratio is for like my follower base, but I swear the majority of them are Russian. I didn't think there was that many Russian players that played Zenless. What am I at for followers now? Because I have a ton of like new shit. Oh, wow, I went up like 900 followers. Holy shit. I'm at 1,143 followers now. Oh shit, I can't get my thing to stand up again. Emmy notices Rin's pace and stops. You want to go in, Rin? Rin shrugs. Nothing I need. Are you sure? There's the slightest flutter of a smile on Rin's face, quickly replaced with her usual expression. Life's uncertain, but on this at least I'm pretty sure. Nice of you to offer. Well, it's not like I'm the one carrying the basket. But I'll bet Hasao wouldn't have minded anyways, right? Oh, of course not. This is hardly a heavy load. I flex for emphasis. Emmy stifles a snort of laughter by pointing to the park at which we've suddenly arrived at. Oh, I remember this place. I ran into you here that one time, didn't I, Rin? Rin's eyebrows raises slightly. Maybe. I'm unwilling to say for certain one way or the other. Memory is a tricky thing, you know. Well, I'll be. We made it in one piece after all. The sun's still nowhere to be seen, but neither Emmy or Rin seem to mind. We find a spot on the grass, and I set the basket down gracefully. There's a surprising amount of food prepared. Maybe we were supposed to be joined by some of Emmy's teammates or something. I'm starving. Dig in. She attacks the food as if she has nothing to eat for years. I'm starting to reach for the food myself when I feel the first drops of rain land on my back. Uh-oh. Looks like the weather's not going to cooperate with us after all. Emmy glares at the sky as if that alone had held back the rain. I very nearly believe she could do it. It's one heck of a gaze. It had better cooperate. You hear me, Sky? You stop that raining this instant. The sky doesn't seem inclined to listen to her, despite the commanding tone of voice taken with it. Instead, the rain seems to increase. Rin wrinkles her nose in distaste of this turn of events. Regrettable. What do you mean? Rin shrugs. I could paint if I weren't out here. Shame to miss it is all. She doesn't seem angry or annoyed about it, just a little disappointed. Emmy laughs in response to Rin's comment. Guess we should have stopped in the art supply store after all, huh? The rain increases a little more, offended that we hadn't fled yet. Despite the warm temperatures we've been enjoying, the rain is rather cold. I wish I brought my umbrella. Hey, we should probably head inside to keep dry. We're already pretty wet, Hasao. Yeah, but we can dry off this way and maybe wait out the storm. You don't want to catch a cold or anything, do you? Emmy considers this for a moment. I can tell that a part of her wants to stay in the rain, just despite the weather. Unfortunately for her, the weather hardly cares about what we do. I suppose you're right. Where could we go? I don't have an answer for her. The area is still pretty new to me. Though I guess I'm slowly getting used to the school itself, the surrounding town remains a mystery. All I know is the art supply store, and that's because we just passed it. Fortunately, Emmy soon snaps her fingers in triumph. That's it, there's a tea shop nearby. We could have some tea and dry out, no problem. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. Great, you know where it is? Emmy nods, looking fairly confident. Sure do. I think. But it'll be an adventure either way, right? Adventure, huh? Well, I suppose we could use a little adventure. I think as long as we get out of the rain, I'll be happy. The picnic basket is a little lighter now at least. Lead on. Rin and I follow Emmy as she weaves through the streets with something approaching confidence. Now a left here. There, the Shanghai. Emmy beams triumphantly as she points to the tea shop. It seems fairly crowded inside, a symptom of the sun and rain, I'm sure. Welcome, I'm surprised to find out that our waitress is none other than Yuko. She sure looks the part in her uniform. It's hard to believe this is the same librarian from our school. Does she work 2 jobs? I guess that must be it. Oh, it's you. Yuko seems to know Emmy. Emmy grins brightly, pleased to be remembered. Hey, Yuko. Hi, Yuko. I didn't think you worked here, too. Do I know you? You seem awfully familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen you in here. We met at your other job, at the Yamaku Library, remember? Her eyes widen in memory. Oh, yeah, that's it. Nice to see you again. Oh no, this is bad. I should have remembered a customer face. I'm sorry, I'm truly, terribly sorry. Yukiko goes from realization to panic in a split second, performing a series of high-speed bows. I nearly avoid getting headbutted in the process. Whoa, hey, calm down. Listen, I wasn't a customer when we first met. In fact, I hadn't ever been to the Shanghai, so it's alright. Not the best display of logic, but it seems to relax her a little. Do you really think so? Yeah, I'm sure. Positive. Isn't that right, girls? Emmy has been watching this little drama unfold with considerable amusement. The soundtrack? What is... Oh yeah, there we go. I've been actually like streaming this without headphones, so I can like focus on speaking and not get distracted by the music. But yeah, the music in this game is amazing. Yep, it sure is. Well, okay. Okay. So Yuko, got a seat for us? Yuko nods and leads us to a corner booth, providing us with some small towels before taking our order. What will you have? Cake and some tea too, I guess. What kind of cake? Surprise me. Yukiko looks uncomfortable at the thought of surprising anyone, but she gives a nod and turns to Rin. And for you? I'll take a straw. My feet are all wet. Sorry? The drinking kind of straw? One, please. Yukiko is obviously uncertain of what to think about this. She fiddles with her pen and stationery for a moment, looking like she's about to cry before turning in my direction. And you, sir? Just tea, I think. Emmy would probably yell at me if I ordered cake. Oh, come on, Hisao. Don't let me be the only one with food. I'll feel like a pig. Just trying to eat healthy. Your orders, after all. Well, today is your off day. You can be healthy tomorrow. Well then, I suppose I'll have some cake after all. Yukiko seems slightly irritated that I'm changing my mind. What kind? I glance at Emmy and grin. Surprise me. Yukiko sighs and nods. Very well, your order will be out soon. Aw, don't be mean to Yuko. Despite the crowd, our order does indeed arrive quickly. Thanks, Yuko. Yuko nods in appreciation. This is a different guy than usual, isn't it? What? Different guy? Emmy must notice my confusion because she seems a little embarrassed. What? Oh yeah, I guess he is. This is my friend Hisao. We've met. Huh, small world. Well, let me know if you need anything. With that, Yuko will take... You know, that's actually... People keep mentioning, like, the guy thing and, like, how close Hisao and Emmy are. Did like Emmy have like a relationship before Hisao? They keep mentioning it, so it's making me curious. Like my boy George, I'm a little bit curious. With that, Yuko takes off like a shot to wait on some other tables, leaving me to ponder her question or comment. Different guy, huh? I guess it makes sense, right? Emmy's pretty popular, or so I've been told. It's probably that kid from the track team. This is stupid. I can just ask Emmy. So who's this other guy, huh? You got a secret lover or something? Emmy laughs again. Only I get the feeling it's from nervousness as much as anything else. It's just a track team captain. He likes coming down here after practice sometimes. So if we have anything to discuss, I tag along. Sounds mighty suspicious to me. Oh, I see. I could let the matter drop, but I can't resist at least getting in another dig. So it is a secret lover. Also, something of note that I've noticed, this chapter so far has had very minimum, like, decision making. I can't actually think of the last time I've had to make a decision outside of, saying I'm sorry or deciding to run or not to run fast. Rin watches our play, seeming mildly amused before muttering something that I don't quite catch. Anyway. What? Huh? Rin jerks back from wherever her mind wandered off to. Huh? What did you just say? Huh? No, before that. No idea. Oh well. Okay. I let the matter drop, but I can't help but notice that Emmy seems relieved that Rin interrupted the conversation. Maybe I went a little too far. Conversation dies down for a moment as Emmy and I busy ourselves with cake. Mine is strawberry, and surprisingly good. Emmy seems to think so too, as she suddenly reaches over with a fork to steal a bit of mine. Thief? Pirate, there's a difference. We're not on water. Well, no, but there's a lot of water outside, so it still works, right? Besides, you can have some of mine. I think it's cranberry or something. I should have asked for the strawberry. I like strawberries. Feel free to help yourself to mine if you really must. For some reason, I feel compelled to add, seeing as how you've already done it once and all. Emmy sticks her tongue out at me, but that doesn't stop her from appreciating my cake. I try some of hers as well. It's raspberry and it's pretty good. The rain's let up. It would appear that Rin is correct. Good timing too. I finished my food, and it looks like Emmy has as well. Well, we better pay and get a move on before the rain starts again. It takes a few minutes to get Yuko's attention, but we pay and get out pretty quickly. So, do you want to return to the park? My jaw nearly drops. Are you kidding? It's probably going to rain out again. In fact, I think I just felt some raindrops. Oh, you may be right. Well, okay, I'll let you off the hook this time, but you owe me a picnic now, got it? I don't know if she's addressing me, Rin, or the both of us. Fine, fine. Now hurry up, I want to get some laps in at the track, and it would be nice to do it without the rain. I thought this was your day off. Well, Emmy suddenly seems reluctant to explain herself. I need to practice. And I need to burn off that cake anyways. Why do I get the feeling she's leaving something out? Are you sure? It wasn't that much cake. No, it wasn't that much cake for you. I ate most of it. She's got a point there. Still, I feel like I should at least offer to run with her. Hey, I'll run with you. I might as well, right? Emmy shakes her head empathetically. No, you won't, Hisao. Rest is critical for you, remember? I won't allow you to push yourself too hard. I guess she's better at giving advice than taking it. Whatever you say, Emmy. I think it's probably best not to press the issue. As we approach the girls' dormitory, it starts to rain again. Emmy's expression sours slightly. Aw, man. Stupid rain. Hey, it'll let up soon enough. You can go running then, right? Emmy snorts, seemingly amused. Like I'm not gonna run in the rain. Well, you shouldn't. You could catch a cold. Emmy waves her hand airily. Ridiculous. I don't get colds. My immune system is far too strong for something like that. I can't help but laugh. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, okay? Yeah. Thanks for coming. Oh, and for carrying the picnic basket. I'll bring it for lunch tomorrow. we can have our own picnic on the roof. Sounds good to me. See you then. Emmy grabs the basket from me and shoots through the door. Rin gives me a sort of half nod and ambles inside as well. Damn, it's wet out here. I need to get back to my room and put on some dry clothes. Heading to work, thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for stopping in again. I don't think I forgot. I remember who you are. I'm soon in front of my door, but I am interrupted by the sudden appearance of Kenji, who appears to be carrying a stack of books. Hey man, give me a hand, would you? Huh? The books are unceremoniously dumped into my arms as Kenji fumbles with his room key. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. If you weren't around, I'd have kept my door unlocked, and that was just begging for trouble. The perfect opportunity to set up an ambush, or maybe just plant a bomb if they want to get their hands too dirty. Probably don't. Afraid they'll break a nail or something if they have to stab me. Women. My mind thinks about digesting the verbal torment that was just... or a torrent that was just unreleased, but elects to remain comfortably in the dark. Uh-huh. Anyway, where have you been, man? I could have used some help carrying these back in the library. I knocked on your door, but you weren't there. Oh, sorry. Not really. You appear to think of some kind of pack mule. I was out with Emmy and Rin. Kenji staggers back in shock. It looks like I just shot his dog, if he had a dog. The limbless ladies again? What do you do this time? Well, we round up out of Shanghai. I'm prevented from continuing by a sudden exclamation of despair. The Shanghai? Why the Shanghai? No, man. You can't just go to the damn Shanghai. It's the most dangerous place in the city. A veritable stronghold of their best agents. I know, I met them. They'll stop at nothing to lull you in a false sense of security, and then BAM! He hits the door for emphasis. Wallet's gone, bus pass gone, identity fucking gone, man. Promise me you won't go there again. He seems so vehemently opposed to the idea of the Shanghai that I'm willing to lie a little in order to get to my room. Sure, I won't go there again. Or at least, I won't ever tell you that I'm going there again. This seems to molly my speckled companion. Good. Sorry to come on you so strong, but I know the danger there too well to just let you wander in the lion's den again. You gotta get out of there alive once, but twice is pushing it. Yeah, well, I need to get changed and do some homework, so I'll see you later. Huh? Oh, sure, whatever. I suddenly remember that I'm still holding his books. You better take these. I catch a glimpse of one of the titles. Something about cryptography. What a weirdo. Kenji grabs his precious cargo from me and disappears through his doorway. I open my own door and walk in, grateful to get out of the soaking wet clothes. The rain outside picks up, and I find myself hoping that Emmy's not out running in the weather. She seems so adamant about doing the run alone. I can't help but wonder if her leg is still bothering her. I try to remember whether or not I've seen her limping at all today, but I can't. Guess I was too caught up in enjoying the day, even if it did rain on us. And as I think back over the events of today, I keep finding myself focusing on the running partner. Her complete refusal to allow the rain to spoil her plans was incredibly cute. But there was something else too. Sort of an unflappable attitude when it comes to enjoying the day as it comes. I really like that quality. Maybe I need to do a little of that myself. Alright, and with that, I'm gonna save and call it here for now. I don't know if whether or not I'll stream later, mainly just because I don't stream on Wednesdays to begin with. I kind of just wanted to get some more of this game out of the way since I kind of didn't stream a whole lot of it yesterday. But yeah, at least we know which path we got now. We're on Emmy's path. So I'm a little bit happy about that. It is kind of interesting that at first I got Rin, which a lot of people consider to be like one of the best stories. And then I got Emmy, which a lot of people seem to consider to be like one of the more, one of the worst stories, I guess. Oh, I had display capture on. I didn't even realize that. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in again today. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow when I have an actual stream day. Yeah, that's about it. See y'all.